Hello, hello, ghouls and ghosts alike, and welcome. Does this one capture with game capture? I don't remember. Maybe? It does. Okay, cool. That way it won't capture my taskbar. Welcome, welcome. What about wraiths or banshees? All manner of ghouls and ghosts. Wraiths, banshees, uh, zomboids, um, specters, they're all welcome here, of course. Ghouls and ghosts just happens to rhyme quite nicely, or at least alliterate, if not fully rhyme. I am a spook, thank you very much. Well, spooks are certainly welcome. I hope everyone has had a fine Monday. I know I did. I got a good, decent bit of work done, and I had a delicious, delicious supper. I made a little filet mignon and some steamed broccoli and carrots. It's very tasty. I've eaten a vegetable today instead of exclusively surviving on things that can be microwaved and have a breaded coating on them. So that's always good for your health. Well, heck, that sounds excellent. It was. It was quite good. And I got to test out the steam function on my fancy cooking apparatus, and it did quite a good job at steaming up some carrots and broccoli. I'm baking up some French onion soup and roasted potatoes right at this moment. Ooh, that sounds very, very good. I am excited for you. I am also excited to play this game some more.
It was far from the sort of change Luca imagined for himself.
I'm trapped in a card store? Oh. It's an easy place to get trapped in. I'm very excited for that game to get a little bit further down its development road. I saw they have shop decorations on there, and I very badly want to be able to buy like posters and stuff to put up on the walls of my shop. Entirely just kind of let's throw it together and see how it goes. Who needs a recipe? Man, who doesn't need a recipe? Cooking ain't baking. Cooking's about experimentation.
Most will end in tragedy, but don't let that discourage you. We will find the ending that this story deserves. I just know it. From here on out, a charm will have a check mark when it's been used to its full potential at a given turning point. Now, let's try something different.
All right. Okay, so this is the only turning point where I have a new charm to use, so let's go back here. I have forgotten basically all of the voices I gave to these people in the last stream, so I'm going to just be winging it with potentially new voices. They may even change voices between scenes. I don't have a functional memory. In the past, he found the best way to deal with an enraged Roxy was to be a little shit. There's food sorcerers and food wizards. Wizards do really well with recipes. Sorcerers just look in the cabinet and go, yeah, that'll do. And the next thing you know, you have something delicious. Yeah. I'm definitely on the food sorcerer end of the spectrum, though I will fully admit that I've had my share of alchemical disasters. Sometimes I say, yeah, that'll do, and in fact, it won't do. But I tried, and trying is half the battle.
In the past, he found the best way to deal with an enraged Roxy was to be a little shit.
Make a break for it. What have you done? Ah! Did that little shit just kick me? Run all you want, you little twerps. You gotta come home eventually. There he goes. I'm a wizard, but I'm dabbling in sorcery. Well, you know, it's you always have the opportunity to multi-class. Sorry about that. Rolo can get overexcited sometimes.
Solomon Valentine, current ward of and future successor to the Valentine fortune, huffed as he brushed off his pants.
A town of complete and utter fools. One wonders if it's worth taking anything here seriously. Either way, I'm really sorry. No matter. How are you doing? Me? Yes, with all that business about your mother and whatnot. Oh, I'm getting by. Still no word from her at all? No. That is truly a shame. Your grandmother has taken residence to keep house? Yeah. And how is that going? We mostly stay out of each other's way. You make it sound like she's rarely at home. It's not like that. She just has a lot to do. Mm-hmm. She's still settling in and trying to figure out how to make ends meet. Indeed. Well, count your blessings. It's better to have a caretaker who is rarely around, in lieu of one who tries to compensate by smothering you with attention. That doesn't sound so bad. Trust me when I say, it's best to rely on yourself. Family has a way of creating more problems than they solve.
Solomon trifled a gesture toward the approaching heiress Valentine.
Speak of the devil. Do not wander off like that. I'm much too busy to be looking all over for you. Apologies, heiress. I was just taking a stroll through town. Strolls are for commoners. You're a Valentine now. I want you to be present for the construction of the History Museum. The future of this town relies on its ability to remember our family's great past. Of course. Okay, as I recall from last time, Valentine is the family that owns the now defunct warehouse that we are trying to investigate. Looks like the library hasn't opened yet. I'll check back later. You have new dialogue. Last time you were mostly just horny for my grandmother. Luca, my boy, hold up a tick. Sorry, Mr. Nuncreed. Kinda in a hurry right now. Alright, later. Boy's got too much of his father in him. I win. Little help. I am the champion. We were racing? Did that road get longer? Like anything ever changes around here. It seemed longer. You're just lightheaded from the run. You really need to pace yourself better next time. Not sure why I would take advice from second place. Has that sign always been there? Wait, what? Caution, electrified fence. No, that's definitely new. Creepy. How are we going to get around an electric fence? Don't worry, I've got this. Why did you do that? Pa always says you can figure out what the plan was when you're done. Great. What now? Well, I did my part and established that touching the fence is bad. I'm sure you can handle it from here. I'll supervise. From a safe distance. Luckily, I have time-traveling powers that remind me how this works. Whoa, you're a genius. I think that did it. Look, you never fail to impress.
As the glowing windows of the old warehouse came into view, Rollo began to bounce excitedly.
Check it out. Dang, Rollo, you weren't exaggerating for once. Was there ever any doubt? This definitely needs investigating. Good thing 2 ace detectives are on the case. This is bizarre. This is awesome. Whoa. Did you feel that? What, the excitement in the air? You bet your butt I did. Check out this bottle. That's not normal. And this hose. Oh man, the door's locked. Try harder. No dice, it won't budge. Oh well. This dumpster is new, right? I bet it's got stuff in it. I can't really see what's in here. Who did all of this? My nose is itching. I think I smell some treasure. You sure that isn't the hazardous waste? Just help me get in. Rollo. It would be my honor to throw you in the trash. Come on, Lady Luck. So what's in there? Let's see. There's a squishy bag of squish. Wow. A good inch of stagnant sludge. Your natural habitat. Wait, hold the phone. Hold 2 phones. Check these bad boys out. Are those walkie-talkies? Just like Hank atomic communicators. Do these actually work? Ground command to Hank Atomic. Hank, do you read me? This is Hank Atomic. Ground command, you're coming in 5 by 5. How are your vital readouts, Hank? It's getting a little stuffy in here. Requesting assistance for evac. Help is on the way. What was that? Someone's coming. Give me your hand. I'm trying. My hands are covered in squish. Uh-oh. It's the guy that killed me. Scoot over. I'm coming in. Oh, the hazardous materials, man. What nefarious tasks is he up to? Tell me you saw that. Dude, I don't know what I saw. He's coming back. Get down. Ah, this is my fresh, corpse-shaped sack of trash.
The boy sat petrified under the weight of the bag.
Oh God, tell me that's not what I think it is. Luca, Do you know what separates run-of-the-mill detectives from ace detectives? A ridiculous hat? When the chips are down, ace detectives dig deeper for clues.
Rollo felt around at the large sack which burdened them.
Aha!
He snapped off a tag from just within a small zipper opening in the bag.
It's some sort of badge or something. What's it say?
Rollo held the badge up to a faint shaft of light within the dumpster.
Dr. Prescott, Deep Engineering. It's a name tag? Who would throw away a bag full of slimy old name tags? I think it's just one name tag in a bag full of something else. Okay. I think we should make a break for it. Stay calm. This is no time to panic. I'm not panicking. You're panicking. Rollo, calm down. You don't have to squeeze my hand so hard. Dude, I am not holding your hand. Quit messing around. What other slime-covered hand would be in here? Ah! Oh. Ah! Looks like he tried to give us a hand. I am beginning to see the benefits of your run-for-our-lives plan. Right, we've clearly established that I'm faster than you, so I'll go first. Why not go together? Flaming chicken coop, Luca. I'll make sure the coast is clear. After I go, count to 100. If you hear me yell, run. If you don't hear me yell, run. Actually, either way, haul ass. Rollo, I'll give you credit. You sure found an eventful way to start our summer. It's what I do. These two children are really handling the discovery of a corpse quite well. I fear I would be a bit more, panicked in this scenario. Well, here goes nothing.
Lucas sat in the dark, tracking the sound of Rollo's footsteps as he ran. 1, 2, 3. He pressed his ear to the dumpster wall, straining to hear Rollo's footsteps as they faded away. 15, 16, 17. He tried not to think about the contents of the dumpster as he counted. 35, 36, 37. The thick stench made it hard to breathe. Screw it, that's long enough. Luca carefully lifted the lid and peered out. Nothing. No sign of Rollo. No sign of the man in the yellow suit.
Ah, the man in the yellow suit. The caretaker of Dangerous George.
Time to haul ass. Luca clambered from the dumpster, stumbling to his knees. He was up like a shot and running, sprinting toward home as fast as he could. Beacon Pines flew by, blurred by the tears that welled up in his eyes. He wouldn't remember getting home at all that night. Throwing his front door open, storming up the stairs to his room and surrendering to sleep almost as abruptly as he hit his pillow.
I personally might have popped into the shower after being under the corpse juice.
Chapter 3. Finding a friend.
But sometimes when you're in a fugue state, you don't consider the juices you're marinating your sheets in. Full of squish, yeah. He was definitely full of squish at that point.
The next morning, it was quieter than usual.
Grandma is not going to be happy about that load of laundry.
Only the sound of silverware and chewing interrupted the awkward silence.
I finished jarring a mess of jam last night. Uh-huh. So that'll need to get delivered into town today. Okay. So, what did you and Rollo get up to yesterday? Oh, nothing interesting. Just found a corpse. Well, hello. Calm down. No, of course, it was the right thing to do. Start gathering, folks. I'll be right there. Are you sure there isn't anything you want to tell me about yesterday? Anything I want to tell you? Not really. We just sort of ran around a bit.
Gran's brow furrowed. She let out a long sigh. Her voice was quiet and even.
I have to go take care of something. You are to stay in this house for the day. Under no circumstance are you to leave. What? If I am not back by dinner, there's stew in the icebox. But nothing. You are to stay here. Understand? Yeah. Say it. I'll stay here till you get back. Good. Granny's in on it. Oh, and Luca, you left the icebox open yesterday. We're not made of money, you know. I also left the sink on, so credit where credit's due. I was trying very hard. Well, that was strange. Granny's super in on it. It's like frick. What's the name of this the scare floor like secretary from Monsters Inc? Like Mose or Gaz or something like that. It's like that. Granny's the director of whatever's going on down at the abandoned warehouse. And they caught me on the cameras yesterday. Oh, hell yeah. Run some more water, baby. Pop this thing open.
A faint electronic sound floated in the air.
Is that coming from inside the house? It's just an opportunity to look cool. I remember that. Hello? Is anyone there? Hello? Rolo, is that you? Over? Creepy. It was connected to a number station. We were receiving code that... oh, okay, hello. It unlocks some kind of interdimensional gateway. Oh, hey, Roxy. If this is about me, accidentally kicking you yesterday... Is Rolo here? No. Look at me, Luca. This is serious. Is Rolo here? No, I haven't seen him since yesterday. Rolo didn't come home last night. What?
A pit formed in Luca's stomach.
Uh-oh. Where was the last place you saw him? We were playing around in Weepwood, and then it was late and we went home. Weepwood? If he's alive, I am going to kill that little creep. Is there anything else? Anything that he said?
Luca's mouth felt dry.
No, we were just messing around. Okay. I need to go let people know to check the woods. You just stay out of trouble. Go see if he's hiding in the library or something.
Luca could feel his heart beating in his throat.
Rolo's already dead. He's in the fucking dumpster. Rolo. Where are you? Alright, straight off the bat, disobeying Grandma. Screw you, old lady. Which way went to where? Okay, that goes to Beacon Pines. Where does this go? Oh, right, that went to the graveyard.
For a town that saw few visitors, the welcome was perhaps more grand than necessary.
I mean, it is actually, yeah, you know what? This is, given my height, I was going to say it's just a pretty basic moss-covered sign, but it is like 1, 2, 3, 4 of me tall. So that's like 2 adults tall, basically. That is a big sign. That's a big-ass sign. Alright, we have to be thorough, because it's impossible to say where more of those charms are going to be, and they're certainly important to being able to progress in the story. Old Pickler's Pond. They call it that because the vinegar content of the pond is very high. We don't know why. Hey, Bert. Have you seen Rolo? Nope. Though I've mostly been talking to clipboards. You're setting up lots of stuff for the festival. This one said he had to process some answers. I told him that was fine. I'll wait right here until he gets back. Oh yeah, lean on that post, Luca. Looking good. Alright, this man has been literally boxed in. Oh, what was your voice? Howdy, Luca. Hello again, Pete. I'm not Pete, you silly goose. It's Toby. You could have fooled me. Well, hey, it's no problemo. The important thing is we'd love to hear your thoughts. Yeah, I'm getting that impression. We're all part of something special, Luca. And it all starts right here in Beacon Pines. I got it.
Toby looked up from the clipboard excitedly.
That's right. So how about you start by telling me? Look, no offense, but I've got my own stuff to take care of. Oh, you joker. We're all part of this together. You'll let us know when you're free to answer a few questions. We really need to get back to work. Just a couple more minutes. If Roxy said she'll be here, then she'll be here. I just don't see why I'm standing around, doing nothing, and waiting for Roxy, when I could be standing around doing nothing and getting paid for it. Come on, Lumi. Roxy needs our help. Yeah, well, good intentions don't qualify as legal tender. Ah, my parents wouldn't listen. No offense, but isn't Rolo always getting in trouble? Something feels different this time. What can we do to help? We need to check where the adults aren't. So I guess it's up to us to check Weep Wood. Our shift doesn't end for another couple of hours. We could spend the time making posters. That would be great. I guess. Right. Fitz and I will check Weepwood. We'll be back later to pick up the posters. I think my dad has a map of Wheatwood. Let's swing by my house and grab it before we head out. Let's see. Oh, I can go up the stairs. There's a whole extra person up here. What's your deal? Hi, Luca. What's up? You haven't seen Rollo around recently, have you? He doesn't come around here much. Not since they made a rule that he can only order decaf. His eyes went wide in disbelief. What do you mean, vanished? That's impossible. Oh my. He doesn't even see the danger he's in. Foreshadowing. Oh, I remember you, but I don't remember what you sounded like. What's this about a missing child? I must stress that the situation is completely under control. It just all seems so terrible. And you're sure there's nothing we can do to help? Nonsense. Young Mr. Carter will turn up safe and sound, I am certain. You just focus on settling in. I trust my sister has supplied you with suitable lodging. Oh yes, Miss Valentine has been more than accommodating. We were just telling our daughter Beck that... Now where did she run off to? Ooh, I didn't even go over here before. The Last Chance Diner. After this diner, there's no food for 100 miles. Hey, Dawn. Is it true about Rollo? Yeah, he didn't come home last night. I wonder if it's connected. Connected to what? I was checking in on reports about increased activity around town. What sort of activity? Windowless trucks, mechanical noises, strange lights. Your typical shady stuff. Who would be doing all that and why? Well, I have a few leads. The Valentine family is always suspicious. Perennial Harvest certainly has the resources. You have any idea where Rollo could be? Well, the best place to start looking is where the trail went cold. Where did you see him last? We were in Weep Wood, right by Valentine's fertilizer. Well, I'll check out Weep Wood when my shift ends. I do my best work at night. Guess Mrs. Fratelli is getting ready for the festival. Sharper Valentine, founder of Beacon Pines. Never underestimate what a great man can do given time.
A bit much, if you ask me.
Hell yeah, we're racking up charms like something that you rack up, like pool balls. You rack those up, right? Yeah, rack them up. No touching. Ho 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 ho! I touched the shit out of that thing. Did you see that? Ooh, a lizard. Hey Griffin, has Rollo been by? Haven't seen him all day. I'm sure he'll show up safe and sound. And when he does, tell him there's a strawberry chocolate double scoop waiting for him. On the house. He'll like that. Hey, Yeeson. History Museum. It's laughable, really. Did you happen to see Rollo in there? No, just the shadow of a family. clinging onto a town, clinging onto the past. Feel free to check for yourself, but don't expect to have your mind blown. Some of the music in the town specifically reminds me of The Sims. Sharper Valentine, a celebration of excellence.
Valentine's is a great town. What you may not know is great towns grow from mighty roots. And that is why you cannot tell the story of Beacon Pines without telling the story of one Sharper Valentine.
Oh, look at this guy.
Intellect and strong moral fiber led to a grand vision. A vision of a community dedicated to a better tomorrow. In his own words, a better tomorrow is within our grasp, but it requires a singular mind to harness it. Lucky for us, he decided to grow that vision here in Beacon Pine. And how does one
Classic 1920s entrepreneur.
Fertilizer, of course. Valentine's Fertilizer Company became the lifeblood of a town yearning for purpose. But then tragedy struck. A scientific experiment gone wrong.
Oh no, tragedy.
Took Sharper away from us far too soon. To this day, we struggle.
Was he eating the fertilizer?
But one foul harvest isn't enough to stop the people of Beacon Pines. The spirit of Sharper Valentine lives on. It lives in the hearts of everyone with a dream for a better tomorrow. Together, we will follow his.
For my own health, I consume a teaspoon of Valentine fertilizer every morning. Family gods. That was unhelpful. Oh, a penguin.
Otto volunteered at the library during the summers. He wasn't very social, so he'd dedicate each summer to becoming an expert in a single subject, making him a reliable source of very particular knowledge. If you were to ask Kato something he didn't know, he'd escape into the dusty old bookshelves and return with just the right thing.
Hey, Kato.
Kato was lost in his reading. Luca crooked his neck to see the title, Introduction to Melitology.
Ahem. Oh, oh, hey, Luca, you stuck up on my good book. Dunno, just started it.
He gestured to the shelves.
I'm really running out of books I haven't read yet. So now it's on to the wonderful world of bees. Turns out bees are pretty cool. For instance, did you know that around 70% of bee species actually live in underground tunnels? Or that if there are two queens in a hive, they will fight to the death for supremacy? Oh, hell yeah, now I can beat the crap out of people. That's interesting, but you haven't seen Rollo around recently, have you? Not since yesterday. Keep an eye out for him, okay? Sure thing. If I see him, you'll be the first to know. Hey, Jace. Oh, hey, Luca. Did Rollo come by? No. I was actually surprised. He's usually here early on days when a new issue drops. Rollo's the biggest Hank Atomic fan I know. Besides myself, that is. Well, if he does swing by, tell him to meet me you know where. I don't know where. No, he knows where. Oh. Roger that, Space Cadet. Oh.
The bottom corner shelf was a dusty array of thick science books. Only one binding was clean enough to read. Cellular Biology and the Chemistry of Mitosis.
Mitosis, the powerhouse of the cell.
Mycological Phosphorescence.
Oh, glowing mushrooms. More like my complete loss of interest. Got him. You owned that book.
The entire top level of the library was devoted to comics. most of which were Hank Atomic and the myriad of lesser revered spin-offs.
Man, I wish my local library had a whole section devoted to comics. I think we had like 3 of them.
Barely any actual new additions. Simply a variety of existing content rotated into the front display each week.
Not fooling anyone.
Oh, the cobs I've eaten. A salad-centric travel guide for the mildly adventurous.
Very mildly.
Sally Seashore's simple succulent sundries. Luca brushed off a smudge of dust. Or maybe it were 30 recipes so easy you'll doubt it's even edible.
Ah yes, a succulent burger.
A peek behind the curtain.
What's the crime? Enjoying a succulent Chinese meal?
Ruminations of Patrick C. Montesquieu. One of the greatest acting minds of our time.
Oh.
By Patrick C. Montesquieu.
You know, it's important to talk yourself up if no one else is gonna do it. Oh, I got the nerd achievement. What sort of monster puts candy behind a locked door? Oh. You're not the person I thought you were. Oh yeah, Mr. Nuncreed works weird hours sometimes. Of course he does. How about you? When do I work? No, what's your name? Luca Van Horn. You new here? Yep, not by choice.
Beck's family moved often, giving her little time to establish any real connections. She would tell you she prefers it that way.
I'm looking for my friend Rollo. He didn't come home last night. So he's missing? Guess so. Like, missing? I don't have a good voice for her yet. I'll have to think on it. Does that sort of thing happen a lot around here?
Luca shifted his feet uncomfortably.
Well, that sucks. Yeah. So I should probably get going. Hey, wait up. What?
Beck pulled a coin from her pocket.
I'm coming with you. What? So says the unlucky penny. Unlucky? Yep, well, technically it landed on heads. Leave this kid to find his friend alone. But I always do the opposite. Oh, that's kind of like me and Rollo. I guess Rollo is my unlucky penny. That settles it. A person should never be without their unlucky penny. Let's go find him. The name's Beck. Pleasure to meet you, Beck. I suppose I could use some help. Try to keep up.
The phone booth was brand new, part of Perennial Harvest's Beacon Pines Reborn initiative. It didn't see much use.
Let's see. Joey, have you seen Rollo around? No, sorry, Luca. I've had my eyes in the dirt looking for beetles. I can't seem to find any. He never came home last night. Do you think it's because it's been colder than normal? I don't see why that would have anything to do with Rollo. No, the beetles! Do you think the temperature confused the circadian rhythm or something? Who's to say? I'm no beetologist. Beetologist. Just keep eye out for him, would you? Of course. Which way went... Was it this way? Oh. No, this way went to some kind of mansion.
Luca peeked up at the beehive. It appeared to be deserted.
Weird. That's strange. That is strange. Strange and weird. You know, I was just told recently that if there's 2 queens in there, they'll fight to the death.
After the foul harvest destroyed their wealth and reputation, the Valentines shuttered off their estate from the rest of town.
Oh, they went into hermit mode.
The Valentine mansion loomed over every other building in town, both figuratively and literally.
Alright, nothing to do here. I guess we head back into the Weep Woods. Weep. 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 Uh-oh. Dang, they boarded up the way in. Yeah. All right, let's see what else we've got.
Luca felt a chill as he approached Beck. Her eyes were locked on the strange green liquid. The nearby grass was coated in a fine layer of frost.
Is this sort of thing normal around here? Because puddles of glowing ooze are definitely not what I expected from this place. I have no idea what that stuff is. Well, the next obvious step is science. And what does science suggest? Poke it with a stick.
Luca watched as Beck dipped a broken tree branch into the goo. Beck's eyes widened as flowers grew from the dead wood.
Whoa.
First small buds, which quickly bloomed into vibrant petals.
What the? Cool!
As quickly as they had grown, the flowers began to shrivel and turn gray.
Oh, less cool.
Beck dropped the stick with a grunt of disgust.
Okay. So, the science tells us this gunk is weird as hell. Yeah, it seems dangerous.
Hey, Tish, look what the cat dragged in.
Yup. I don't have time for this right now, Iggy.
Ah, don't say things like that. It hurts Tish's feelings. Ain't that right, Tish?
Yup. She, looks fine to me.
Why, hello. I don't think we have been properly introduced. Iggy's the name. This is my compatriot, Tish.
Yup.
You've probably heard of us.
Can't say I have.
I'll forgive you just this once, on account of you being new around here.
Why would you hang out with this dud? Well, he seems pretty alright. Iggy, why do you have to be so... you?
Has he even told you that his parents skipped out on him?
Shut up.
It's true. They got tired of having such a pathetic kid and left him.
Iggy, I'm only gonna say this one time. Don't talk about my family.
Well, look who's grown a backbone now that a girl's around. First his pops croaked, then his mom finally couldn't take it anymore and bounced.
Oh,
Iggy took a step towards Luca.
Iggy,
his
I have
soul lit by the glowing
a
puddle.
charm that allows me to beat your
Beck could
ass.
see tears welling in Luca's eyes, his fists clenched. Some things about Beacon Pines were very different from the city, but a bully from a hayseed town is really no different from a city bully. Beck took a deep breath and thought.
Okay, I'm not allowed to beat his ass, apparently. I think it's time to bust out the strange.
Well, time to bust out the strange.
All right, Luca. Looks like you need a little mud bath. What's wrong with you? New kid, were you about to pound your friend? Or we're about to pound your friend?
Beck stared in silence, the only sign of life being the twitch of an eye.
It's weird when people don't talk. Yep. Stop being a weirdo. Hello? Are you some kind of wackadoo? Makes sense. Wackadoos travel in packs, ain't the...
At the sight of Iggy taunting Beck, something in Luca snapped. Iggy's smirk shifted to a look of shock as Luca launched himself into his stomach. Iggy's clothes were drenched in
Now you're gonna
ooze.
fucking die. You jerk! My clothes are ruined! I'm gonna...
Iggy's voice began to slur as he struggled to get up.
Oh, this kid is toast.
I don't feel so good.
Oh, fuck. I'm sorry, I just...
Oh, shit.
Yup. Well, that kid is dead. Oh, the game won't let me run into that and kill myself. Property of Valentine Fertilizer Company. Looks old. Oh, that's as far this way as it goes. Alright. That was intense. Iggy's gonna be okay, right? Nothing about this seems okay.
The person at the warehouse. This strange ooze and what it did to Iggy. Was Rollo caught up in all of this?
We have to find Rollo. You took the words out of my mouth. Nope, still can't go that way. Can I go this way? Cannot go that way. Down it is. Whoa there, little buddies. You startled me. What in the dickens are you up to in this part of town? We were just helping look for Rollo. Oh, you haven't heard the good news? Rollo showed up safe and sound a bit ago. Really? So where was he? It's funny, really. He just got a little turned around in the woods. They can be disorienting, you know. I'm starting to get that impression. Rollo's at his house now, getting some well-deserved rest. Wow, that's a relief. You two should scurry along before you get lost yourselves. Yeah, come on, Beck. I can't wait to introduce you to Rollo. Oh, that reminds me. Luca, your grandmother was looking for you. She said she was going to, quote-unquote, tan your hide into a brick. She was? She was worried sick. You should march straight home. I guess. Beck, your folks might be getting worried too. I'll walk you home. I need to talk with Nellie about work anyway.
Beck glanced toward Luca.
I guess all's well that ends well. I'll introduce you to Rollo tomorrow. Sure. Glad he's okay.
Rollo was safe. A wave of relief washed over Luca, which was quickly replaced by a sense of dread. Gran is going to kill me.
Yep.
If he hurried, he might just make it home before sundown.
Wasn't expecting that. Which
Chapter
part?
4.
Gran killing him?
Our harvest awaits.
A dark harvest.
Luca took a deep breath and gingerly opened the door, steeling himself for Gran's wrath.
I figured Rollo was fertilizer. Oh yeah, I also did assume that Rollo was completely dead. Unless this is a doppelganger Rollo. A plant some kind of flim-flam. Alright, you are gonna be beat to within an inch of your life. Gran? Gran? I know I wasn't supposed to go anywhere. I was just helping look for Rolo. Gran? Roxy came over. She was worried about him, so I figured you wouldn't mind if I helped look for him. It turns out Rolo is safe and sound.
Luca was alone. The house was empty.
So Gran's not back yet. I guess that's a good thing. Nothing to do now but sleep, I guess.
Luca was sitting by the pond, listening to small waves lap against a rock. His father sat in a folding chair in front of him. Without turning, he spoke. "Why don't you grab me some nice bait?" "Sure thing, Dad." Luca hopped over to the tackle box and popped open the lid. Inside was a rolling, buzzing mass. "We're fishing with bees?" Luca's father gave a warm chuckle. "Well, you catch more fish with bees than honey. Pick us out a good one." Luca closed his eyes and plucked out a bee. He could feel its wings struggle between his finger and thumb. Holding it at arm's length, he hurried over. His father deftly baited the hook and examined his work. "Interesting choice." With a practiced flick of the wrist, the line buzzed in a graceful arc. The water accepted it without a splash or ripple.
Oh.
The wrong choice, but I respect it.
Oh, okay. A little judgmental there, Dream Dad.
The pond began to freeze over. Sometimes we gotta make the wrong choice before we can make it right. Pallid ice propagated across the still surface with an alarming speed. Luca scrambled back as the ground beneath him turned cold. "Dad, I don't understand." "Sorry, kiddo. Understanding isn't always part of the deal." The relentless ice shot through the fishing line toward his father. "Dad, look out!" His father casually wound the reel. "None of it's your fault, you know. Never was." "Dad, we have to go." Luca grabbed his father's shoulders, trying to pull him away. "Please, you have to run." The ice crackled as it spread across his father's hands. "That's the thing about fishing, Luca." His chest began to crystallize. "You toss your hook in, and you never know what you're gonna pull out." A shock of searing cold ran up Luca's arms. He gave one last desperate tug. The chair tipped backwards in a single frozen mass.
Oh,
Luca tried to
no.
stop the momentum, but it was too late.
He
watched the
pulverized
icy
his
orb of
own
his
father.
Slam into the hard ground, shattering into 1,000 pieces that crowded around his feet. "Dad, I don't understand. What does all this mean?" The gentle rustle of leaves was the only reply.
Brutal. Yeah, that's quite a nightmare. Ah, the numbers
Luca's eyes
channel is
struggled to
back.
focus on the walkie-talkie.
Rolo?
Faintly, he could hear Rolo amongst the noise.
Rolo, is that you?
Luca. Yeah,
Rolo, it's the middle of the night.
Luca, thank God. Listen, I don't know how long this thing will work down here. It is a flim-flam replacement doppelganger, decoy. I don't know how long this thing will work down here.
Here.
Rolo's voice was coming through more clearly now, but some words were still just static.
Listen to me. Someone grabbed me yesterday.
What? The man in the hazmat suit?
Took me to some sort of... I think I'm underground.
Underground? Are you okay?
Kinda. They seem more interested in, for now, at least.
Mr. Kerr said you made it back home safe.
Kerr? No. Trust? He's... Hold on, someone's coming.
The signal went silent.
Rollo? Rollo, where are you?
Luca held still, waiting for a response. His pounding heartbeat marking the passage of time.
Rollo's been goddamn body snatched.
Okay, I think they're gone. Getting worse.
I can barely hear you.
Rollo's voice began to fade.
Losing signal. Not much time. Mission control. You need the treehouse. The treehouse.
With that, the signal died for good.
What was he trying to say about the treehouse? What's at the treehouse? The antenna. He wants me to use the antenna at the treehouse to get a better signal. Rollo, you're a genius.
Luca grabbed the walkie-talkie and sprinted to the treehouse. Luca heard a group of footsteps approaching. He dashed behind the bushes to avoid being spotted.
Oh, adults.
So we all understand our roles.
You can count on me. I still think we need more time. This wasn't the original plan.
Mr. Tolliver paused, shifting his eyes to one side.
We're all in danger now. I, for one, refuse to sit idly by while that danger persists. Hiram, you just keep your wits about you.
Mr. Tolliver took one long, quiet breath.
You're right. You can count on me. I just wish we could have made that deal with Eris Valentine. Her resources would have still come in handy.
As I said, I had no time to contact her after your call this morning. Plans change. How is Luca holding up? He's fine. We shouldn't lose sight of the fact that this is all. I know very well what all of this is for. We have no choice. Operation Sparkplug has a new objective. Are we in agreement?
The three shared a determined look.
Good. We'll reconvene after the festival. Gran, why are you meeting with Mrs. Fratelli and Mr. Tolliver late at night?
Hey, Luca.
Ah! Dawn, you scared me. How long have you been there?
Oh, just a few minutes. Earlier today, I saw Mr. Tolliver and your Gran enter the diner together. When my shift at the newsstand was over, they still hadn't left. So I used the greatest tool of any investigative reporter. Time. When they left, I tailed them here.
What do you think they're up to?
Whatever it is, they seem organized and determined.
They mentioned the festival.
Yeah, I heard that too. Has your Gran been doing anything different recently? Anything strange?
She got a phone call this morning and rushed out the door.
A call from Hiram Tolliver, it seems.
She was either furious or terrified, or both.
Luca, be careful out there. I think we might be in the middle of a scoop of a lifetime.
I will. Aren't you coming out?
Nah, I'm gonna stake out here for a bit longer. See ya, Luca.
Alright. Bye, Dawn. What's down here?
The road leading to Beacon Pines was long and uninspiring. A sort of natural barrier for the impatient.
Classic. Let's see. The treehouse is up that way. Let's go talk to these fellows. I did it. I changed the sign. Splendid. Did anyone see you? I don't believe so. You were right. It was simple enough to just rearrange the letters. Odd choice for a prank, though. In situations such as these, odd is
The
good.
two boys shared a mischievous grin.
I can't wait for everyone to see the big reveal. It should be quite memorable. Let's make ourselves scarce for now. I'm guessing they messed with the History Museum sign. Alright. Give me just a moment. I need to use another room. One moment. Alright. Resume. Select the game screen and resume. Rollo, are you there? I'm at the treehouse now, Rollo. Mr. Kerr said you were all right. What happened out there? Dang it, Rollo, where are you? Who's there?
Luca could only see a cloaked shape behind the rocket.
I've got 2 weapons in here, so you better come out right now.
He strained to hear as a muffled voice began.
Weapons? How could you hurt something that's already dead?
Fear gripped Luca's throat.
Who are you? What? You don't recognize me? I guess I don't even recognize myself anymore.
Luca stared at the ground for a moment, trying to place the dampened voice. The figure shifted slowly from behind the rocket, revealing itself to Luca.
I'm a monster. And now they hunt me like the beast I am. Iggy?
Luca reached over empathetically. Iggy's tone jolted to dejected anger.
Don't touch me. This is all your fault.
Luca slumped to the ground, overwhelmed by guilt.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I lost control. So you couldn't control yourself for a second. And I get to be like this forever? There must be a way to fix this. Oh, you gonna be my savior? Perfect little Luca saves the day. With his positive attitude and the power of friendship. None of this matters. There's no time. They're after me. They chased me all through Weep Wood. I only came in here to hide. Personally, I'd go with a hammer. Hide from who? Who's after you? Luca! Luca! Rollo? It's not safe, Luca. Rollo, where are you? The treehouse! I'm at the treehouse, Rollo. Where are you? No, Luca, the treehouse isn't safe. They said they were going to the treehouse. I was trying to tell you to stay away from the treehouse. Who said they were going to the treehouse? The clipboards. What did I tell you? Those perennial harvest wackadoos are after me. They've been chasing me, yelling questions at me. What sort of questions? They were saying the same stuff they always do, but it's different now. Less asking, more threatening. We're gonna figure this out, Iggy. Yeah, well, thanks. Hello? Is anyone present in his arboreal domicile? Crap, they found me. Luca, what's happening? Don't panic. You stay here and I'll see what they want. Oh my god, there's so many of them. Hello, Mr. Van Horn. We would love to hear your thoughts. Do you have time for an informal chat? We will be brief. Your time is valuable to us. Be down in just a sec. course, of course, of course. We have a problem.
Luca, you gotta get out of there. Who's out there? Is it them?
Yeah, it's the clipboards. A bunch of them.
How many?
Maybe all of them? And yeah, you were right. They are saying the same stuff, but with the creepy knob cranked to 10.
Might young Iggy be present?
We would love to hear his thoughts.
Run!
He slumped to his knees.
I don't know what to do. I'm just so tired. Luca, what do we do?
Luca grabbed the walkie-talkie and headed for the window.
Follow my lead.
Luca and Iggy climbed up the back of the treehouse to its roof, where Rollo had constructed his MCDC, the Mission Control Defense Cannon. From behind the crowd of clipboards, William Kerr strode forward, a warm smile on his face.
Iggy, there you are. You gave all of us a heck of a scare.
Go away. Just leave me alone.
Oh, I'm sorry, Iggy, but no can do. Don't worry, though. We're here to help.
Help? Then why were you chasing me?
Luca, could you talk some sense into your pal here? Just look at him. He's not well. What's wrong with him? What did that gunk do to him? Well, that's a pretty honkin' big question, Luca. All you need to know is that he's sick. He's real sick, Luca. I just need you to let us up there and take care of him. You told me Rollo was okay, that he was back at his place resting. He is! Poor fellow just got a little lost. That's a lie. That is a hurtful thing to say, Luca. I thought we were buddies.
Why? Because he lets you ramble on like a wackadoo? Nobody likes you, you creep.
Kerr's smile faltered.
Why don't you pop on down here so we can have a face-to-face? Yelling like this is gonna give us all a heck of a sore throat. And who wants that?
Luca's grip tightened on the MCDC.
What did you do to Rollo, you liar? Well, shucks, Luca. The only teeny tiny fib I told you was that he was at home. He is resting, and he is perfectly safe. For now, at least. What happens to him next is up to you, Luca. Look around. You're in quite the pickle, and I am the only person in the whole wide world who can help you. You get to decide how this ends.
Luca's mind raced. He was caught in a trap. What do you do when there's no hope? He wiped his cheeks with a sleeve. What are you gonna do, Luca?
Hell yeah, time to kick ass. I'm here to kick ass and chew bubblegum. And I'm all out of gum.
Luca drew himself up and decided to take the only option they had left. He swung the Mission Control Defense Cannon around, aiming it confidently at the smirking face of William Kerr.
I think that I might be about to die. Hey, Mr. Kerr.
Luca summoned his most insolent demeanor.
Rollo sends his regards. Hey, that was uncalled for, more than a little rude, and just plain unsanitary. Luca, I really did think we were good pals. What a shame that it's come to this.
Kerr turned his back on the two boys.
end this.
With a nonchalant wave of the hand, he made.
Oh, whoops! I didn't mean to skip that.
Began to slowly advance on the treehouse. Luca looked to Iggy with resignation in his eyes. The end. That escalated quickly. Maybe discretion was the better part of valor here. Let's put a pin in this for now.
All right. Let's go. Let's see what this route is and try struggle. Okay, this is so if I go there without Rolo. And we'll try struggle.
This is a story about struggle. Luca could hear a machine humming somewhere nearby. He felt around wildly, searching for something, anything that could help. His hands found a hard object, maybe a tile?
Oh, Dram, it's your hammer.
He yanked it free, lifting the cold stone. Let me go! Luca swung the tile as hard as he could at the shape that still held fast to his leg. He heard the crack of glass as the stone hit the assailant's mask. With a muffled yelp, the hand let go. Luca was free and scrambled to the door. He never looked back once on the long run home. Chapter 3. Everything's fine. The next morning, it was quieter than usual at the breakfast table.
All right, so this time Rolo should be
Only
fine.
the sound of silverware and chewing interrupted the awkward silence.
I finished jarring a mess of jam last night. Uh-huh. So that'll need to get delivered into town today. Okay. So, what did you and Rolo get up to yesterday? Oh, Rolo had things to do, so I just sort of poked around town. I've set the jam down by the front door. There's 2 batches to drop off. Mm-hmm. One for Mr. Tolliver at the Bag and Wag. Another for Mrs. Fratelli at the diner. Oh, and Mr. Nuncreed. He said he wanted some more. I suspected as much. Yes, he seems to have taken a particular interest in my jam. There are some extras in the basket for that enthusiastic gentleman. Gran knows he's horny for her. Just make sure Fratelli and Tolliver get the ones on top. No problem. Off with you now, while the day is still young. Hold on 1 second. I just need to open that and turn that on. And she just waves me off. All right. Oh, she's calling Mr. Nuncreed for a booty call. Hello, it's Juniper Hartford. Before you hang up, just hear me out. I have a business proposition. The simple matter is we both have the same problem that needs solving. Very well, we can meet tonight. And I'm off. Rolo, you live. Okay. Sorry about yesterday. Roxy can be so annoying. But good news, no more boring chores for me today. Did you make it to the old Valentine warehouse? So, what'd you find? Give me the dirt. Something happened. There was someone else there.
What? Who was it? Was it aliens? I knew it would be aliens.
No.
Zombies.
No.
Alien zombies. What else could it possibly be?
Rolo. I've got to deliver these into town first. We can catch up after.
Ooh, is it a whole thing? It sounds like a whole thing.
Yeah, we shouldn't talk about it here. Meet me at the treehouse tonight.
I'm not sure what this treehouse you speak of is.
Meet me at Mission Control.
Roger that, Space Cadet.
Alright, so I need to deliver these to the diner lady and... What did they call the other one? The bag and wag?
Wait, what's your step?
Oh, sorry.
There is a whole family of beetles here. They've gone missing.
I thought they just sort of wandered around.
Everyone has a home, Luca. Even
You
beetles.
could check the soles of his sandals.
I think we're okay.
It's weird that they're gone. They went missing when the festival preparations began.
You think the noise scared them away?
Something like that. Just watch where you step, okay?
Oh. I can't talk to you. Anger from the past, mistakes not yet made, and a glimmering hope for the future. He carried them all in equal parts everywhere he went. Oh heavens, what a burden to bear. Okay, so she's like the foreshadowing lady. Mr. Wilder, I trust you have time to chat.
Eris Valentine, oldest of Sharper Valentine's
Oh, her
children,
name is literally
and heir to the
Eris.
Valentine fortune. Had a way of making questions seem like demands.
I thought that was like a title that people were giving her, but it's actually her first name.
Certainly. What seems to be the problem?
Mr. Wilder had learned to assume that if he was hearing from Eris, it was because she had taken issue with something he had put in the paper.
I couldn't help but notice that the front page of this morning's paper was consumed with stories about this silly festival.
Well, yes. That is the news of the day.
But there was no mention of the museum, nor the foundation through which it was endowed.
I'm sorry, Miss Valentine. My readers are more so interested in this town's future, rather than any one family in particular.
There was a time, Mr. Wilder, when the goings-on of my family was the only thing this town cared about.
Well, things change, ma'am. But you know, change is a dangerous...
If you finish that thought, I will make that monocle a permanent fixture of your anatomy.
My apologies. Good day, Miss Valentine.
Did I give you the impression this conversation was finished?
Mr. Wilder averted his gaze and began to polish his monocle.
Well, good day, Mr. Wilder. Last Chance Diner. Can't go into the town hall. Where? This is the guy, right?
Huddled at his counter, Hiram Tolliver was meticulously
Yeah, there he
shining
is.
apples. More accurately, Hiram Tolliver was meticulously shining one apple.
Hello?
With a yelp, Mr. Tolliver fumbled the apple, flailing at the air as it fell.
Oh, sorry. Oh, no bother, no bother.
He leaned forward and lowered his voice.
I see you have something for me. Yeah, Gran had some jam I'm supposed to give
He
you.
leaned in a bit further.
Jam? Yeah, these ones on top. She wrote your name on them.
Mr. Tolliver leaned back, speaking loud enough for anyone to hear.
Ah, yes! The jam! Thank you so much for delivering this jam to
He
me.
reached forward and snapped up the jars of jam, giving Luca a little wink.
I shall put it on my store shelves post-haste. Okay, I should finish my deliveries. Of course. Of course.
Leaned in for a final whisper.
Of course.
How do you keep the ice cream cold? We keep them on ice. Where do you get the ice from? I don't know, somewhere cold. How do they keep somewhere cold cold? Look, Bert.
Do you want some ice cream or not?
No, I'm good.
I think it's... Yeah, the diner. Oh, wait, what does Dawn have anything to say? Hey, Dawn.
Hey, Luca, what's up?
Dawn had dreams of becoming a big-time reporter. At night, she searched for the story that could be her big break. By day, she hawked papers at the newsstand.
They got you on jam delivery, eh?
Yep. Hey, Dawn, have you noticed anything weird around town lately?
What sort of weird things?
Stuff going on at the old Valentine building.
You might say I've heard some things. I'm working on a story about it right now.
So, what's going on?
Can't say quite yet. I still need to follow up on a few leads.
Keep me in the loop, okay?
Sure thing. Hey, have you seen the new kid around yet?
New kid?
Yeah, came in from the big city. Her parents both got jobs here. But get this, one of them is working for William Kerr and Perennial Harvest, and the other is working for Eris Valentine.
And?
The Valentines represent Beacon Pines' past. Perennial Harvest has positioned itself as this town's future. Must make for some interesting dinner table conversations.
I can imagine. Your jam. Well, if it isn't my favorite little jam runner, you're Southern now. Hey, Miss Fratelli. Look at
She
you.
leaned forward and pinched Luca's cheek.
You're all skin and bones. Is your gran not feeding you? She is. It's just... I understand. You know, I taught your mama how to cook back in the day. You may not even remember, but you and her used to help out in the diner. See that picture over there? That's you helping your mama back in the day. So cute, running around in your little apron taking orders. The whole situation just breaks my heart. What happened with Eleanor? I've got a feeling she's out there somewhere, yearning to be with you again. Few things in this world can keep a mother from her son.
Luca shifted the basket uncomfortably.
Oh yes, let's see
Mrs.
here.
Fratelli lifted the cloth and inspected the jam.
Ah, they even have my name on them. How thoughtful.
She carefully lifted out her jars of jam.
You tell your gran hello for me, Luca. Will do.
Luca squinted at the faded photo of him and his mom at the diner. Memories of that day came flooding back.
I'm ready to help, Mama. All right, little buckaroo. It's up to us to feed these folks while Miss Fratelli is away. I've got to deal with the inventory before I can start cooking. Do you think you can handle taking some orders in the meantime? Yes, Mama. Hiya, Roxy. Luca? I'm helping. Wow. Hopefully your work ethic will rub off on Rolo. What can I get you? I'm not really feeling like a burger. How about a chicken sandwich with bacon on top? Coming right up. Candy sandwich. A delicious candy sandwich. All right, you actually get what you ordered. I call it the Love Me Tenders. Nice. Gadzooks, they've shrunk the waitstaff.
Slapped the table and gave Luca a toothy grin.
How's your pops doing? He's been pretty busy these days. I know the feeling. Tell him that fishing rod he ordered should be ready next week, will you? Sure thing. I've been in the mood for something sweet. You got a burger that can satisfy a sweet tooth? A sweet burger? Yeah, and top it off with some grilled cactus. Grilled cactus. The heart wants what it wants. I think I can actually make this. So burger. Oh, I don't have... Well, I can put cactus on it. How's that? Now, son, if I wanted a disappointing burger, I would have cooked it myself. Remember, something sweet topped with grilled cactus. Oh, he doesn't want candy on a burger. He wants a burger bun with just candy on it. I understand. Here's your order. I call it the Sweet and Stabby. Ha! Now that's a burger with bite. Aren't you a little young to be waiting tables? I'm just helping out. Ah, my father had me hustling when I was your age as well. Father always says, children are to be sails, pulling the family ever forward. That's a little exploitative and weird. That doesn't sound very fun. There's plenty of time for fun when you're dead. For instance, Father and I always make time to have lunch together once a month.
Luca glanced at the empty seat across from Gus.
Should I come back? Oh no, it turns out Father was too busy to have lunch today. I'll just go ahead and eat alone. Oh, the silver lining is, without him around, I can have my usual. A nice stack of cold cuts topped with a pile of sloppy chili. All right. Chili. Blammo. There you go, Gus. You depressed bastard. Here you are. Cold cuts with steaming hot chili on top. I call it the hot and cold. That's perfect. Thank you. Looks like we're missing a few things. Why don't you run out and grab some more ingredients? Okay, I'll be back. What's up, Gus? You still eating your sloppy sandwich? If I could just be left alone, young Mr. Van Horn. Oh, sure. Sorry to bother you. It's just that Mr. Kerr has asked me to make the opening speech at the festival. Being mayor and all, you might expect me to be a charismatic speaker. The truth is, I'm terribly nervous. I really don't think I'm cut out for this sort of thing. Cut out for being mayor or for public speaking? Both, I suppose. I never really chose any of this. It's more of a duty to my family. He said duty. For our legacy. That sounds like a heavy burden. As for the festival, just speak from your heart. I'm sure it'll be great. Alright, good luck. Oh yes, and now I have to take some jam to the horn dog. Got some jam for you, Mr. Nuncreed. Luca, you seem chipper. Well, aside from being on delivery duty, it's a nice day.
Mr. Nuncreed eyed Luca for a moment, then nodded in agreement.
I suppose it is. So, do you want your jam? Oh, right. Usually Juniper drops those off herself. I guess she's busy today. Anyway, this is my last delivery for the day. Oh, in that case...
Nuncreed snatched the basket from Luca.
I'll hold on to the basket until the next time I see your Gran. Weirdo. Hey, it's Beck. I still don't have a voice for Beck. Hey, you. Anchovies or pineapple? What? Don't think. Just answer. Pineapple. Why? How old are you? 12. Perfect. Follow me. Who are you? Anyone ever tell you you ask too many questions? Just try to keep up, okay? What just happened? Well... Hey, what a crazy coincidence. Here's my new friend I was just telling you about. Oh, that's wonderful. Yep, we just hit it off. Oh, really? Get this, his favorite pizza topping in the whole world is pineapple. Oh, and what is your new little friend's name?
Beck locked eyes with Luca. The look on her face was equal parts expectant and desperate.
Luca Van Horn. Nice to meet you. I'm Nellie, and this is Ilona. We're Beck's parents.
Beck gave Luca a quick nudge.
Oh, yeah. Beck told me all about you. Already feels like we've known each other for years. So, you both can stop obsessing about me making friends. Oh, darling, we never doubted you. It's just that, for children with fewer than 5 close friends, the probability of a stunted development doubles. Well, 1 down, 4 to go, I guess. What Nellie means is that we just want this move to be as easy on you as possible. You can relax. A friend has been friended. This calls for a celebration. Luca, you must join us for dinner tonight. Dinner? Wow, another coincidence. I actually already asked him, and he said he would love to. It's just wonderful. In that case, we should pick up some groceries. You two don't get into too much trouble now. Wow, I can't believe that worked. Thanks a ton. You're welcome? I owe you one. My moms are great and all, but they can be a bit much sometimes. Our house is the little college next to that big mansion place. Wait, you live on the Valentine estate? Yeah, that's the spot. Meet me by their big creepy gate. Don't be late. Or I'm back to square one on this whole friend grift. Great. See you there. Meet Beck at the big creepy gate. Like right now? Do you think jam would make good bait? I guess it depends on what you're trying to catch. At this point, anything. Oh, I can come back and do the fishing thing more. Interesting.
Luca tied a shoestring to the hook. What fish could resist a nice shoestring?
Oh. Where do you think the other one is? Hard to say. Sometimes things drift away. That's not fair. No, it's not. Well, wherever it is, I hope that the other boot at least has a sock to keep it company.
Luca wrapped some tape around the hook. Hey, you never know.
It's true, you never know. Actual bait is vastly overrated. The real treasures of the sea can be found by using weird shit. See, like this garbage. It's got a bunch of big words written on it. Let's see that. We regret to inform you that your application for property rights with respect to the Beacon Pines CBD and surrounding area, that's CBD, cognitive behavior therapy, or possibly cock and ball torture, or can be damned, has been rejected. Who is that for? Applicant Valentine Estate. Good. Good.
Luca placed a sinker on the line. Sometimes the best stuff is at the bottom of the pond.
This is true. It's like magnet fishing, only bad. Ooh. Message in a bottle. Malice 80 proof whiskey. A hard liquor for a hard man. Best leave that be. Takes a real piece of work to leave something like that lying around. Looks like we could use some new bait. What do you say we head out and find some more? Well, I don't know what exactly I thought was going to be up there, but it was a good, oh, what's that? Oh, it was the lean on the fence post option. It was worth it to duck up there and get the extra fishing stuff. Oh, it's this guy. Good morning, Jeff.
What's so good about it? Another day further down the tubes, if you ask me.
Come on now, it's not all bad. The festival is coming up.
The festival. Old man Valentine used to put on cockamamie shindigs all the time. And where did that get us?
Well, it's Perennial Harvest putting on this one, and they're doing it for the whole town.
As far as I see it, the difference between the old Valentine company and this new Perennial Harvest
Jeff
outfit
dug through his pockets for a bit.
is the difference between this empty soup can and his brown banana.
But those are both garbage.
Exactly.
Hey, Kato.
Good afternoon, Luca.
Can I help you find something? He should really be a nerd, right?
Can I help you find something?
Maybe, maybe not.
Try me.
Well, there's been some weird stuff going on at the old Valentine warehouse.
Can't say I know anything about the old warehouse. But empty hives don't stay empty for long.
Huh?
Kato motioned to the book in front of him.
The more I read about bees, the more similarities I see with people. If a hive collapses and fails, it doesn't stay empty for long. A new queen will set up shop pretty quickly.
So you're saying it would make sense for someone new to start using the warehouse?
Nature abhors a vacuum.
Hey, Jace.
Oh, hey, Luca. Have you seen this new issue of Hank Atomic?
Not yet. No spoilers, please.
It's awesome. It's a flashback.
No spoilers, please.
We get to see how mild-mannered Henry Adams becomes Hank Atomic, man of space justice.
Jace, no. Spoilers.
Oh, sorry. My point is you're gonna love it.
All right, Jace. Catch you later.
Roger that, Space Cadet.
Whoa, I've had a jump button this whole time? I don't know why I have a jump button, but cool.
So, who all lives in that house?
Eris and Gus Valentine grew up there. And Solomon moved in a few years back.
The creepy little kid in the vest?
That sounds like the one.
So, just 3 people live in that huge thing? I bet a bunch of shady stuff happens all the time in a place like that.
Not really. The Valentines pretty much keep to themselves.
So it's empty and boring?
Pretty much.
What a waste.
My mom says that it used to be way busier, back before Sharper died. Before the foul harvest.
Okay, that's like the 5th time someone has mentioned this foul harvest thing. And you all use that same ominous tone. Eventually you're gonna have to explain to me what that harvest got all fouled up. But we can't keep my parents waiting anymore. This way. Most kids would have just ditched me by this point. Why are you still here?
You looked like you could use some help.
You know what, Luca? You're not so bad. Let's get through this as simply as possible.
Just eat, smile, and nod. Fun. Great. Whatever you do, don't bring up their work. I think I can handle
Beck
that.
took a long breath, then gave a firm nod.
Here goes nothing.
Chapter 4. Dinner with the Moodwills.
Well, I haven't died yet, so we're doing good.
Ilona Moodwill was worried about change. A gardener at heart, she understood the necessity of change, relied on it even. But there was a difference between the controlled world of her plants and this cluttered cottage in a strange town. Almost done. Nellie was a blur of activity, digging through boxes. Sorry, love, couldn't find the dishes. We'll have to make do with paper plates. Dinner went by without much conversation. As she watched Beck and Luca finish up their pizza, Ilona let herself relax into the chair. The things she cared about were still here. Nellie finally had the job of her dreams. Beck was beginning to take root. Ilona's task was simply to tend to them. She could do that.
So, Luca, tell us a bit about yourself.
Where do you live? Oh, I live with my grandma. Over on the other side of the river. Grandma? Where are your parents at?
Beck, manners.
It's alright. My dad passed away in an accident at the fertilizer plant 6 years back.
Oh dear.
My mom's been missing for a few months now. Like, missing?
Luca's eyes were fixed to his plate, pushing a chunk of pineapple around with his finger. Nellie was the one who eventually broke the silence.
Luca, how did you like the pizza? Oh, it was good. Very good.
Normally we'd have put more effort into
Ilona
dinner.
nervously gestured toward the boxes.
We aren't fully settled in, and Beck had mentioned that it's your favorite. I'm sorry, are we just skipping the part where he said his mom was missing? Beck.
I'm sorry, Luca. This move has us all a little tired.
Luca wiped his face with his sleeve.
No, it's fine. So, Beck said that you moved here for work?
Beck gave Luca a swift kick under the table.
Ow. I mean, what brought you to Beacon Pines?
Oh, you were right the first time. We're here for work. Nellie won't tell you this, but she's a brilliant chemist.
I don't know about brilliant, but I do love it.
She's brilliant. Perennial Harvest just made her their newest lead researcher of deep engineering.
She makes it sound more impressive than it is. Wasn't deep engineering the job title on that name tag attached to the corpse? I'm just happy that I get to make a difference in the world. Perennial Harvest is at the forefront of evolving agriculture. Into something more useful than sprinkling water and excrement on the ground.
Luca glanced over to Beck.
Pretty
She
sure it
seemed
was,
to be
yeah?
holding her
Yeah.
breath.
That's one way to get a new job, though I don't know that I would want to fill a role that's disposed of so unceremoniously.
What Nellie means, Luca, is that there are different ways to grow plants.
Yes, some people talk to their plants and hope for the best.
And some people happily leave their job to allow a loved one to pursue their dream.
You swore you
Beck
didn't...
slammed her fist into the table. Perhaps harder than she intended.
Hey, Luca. How about some dessert? I actually have to meet my friend Rolo
Luca
soon.
glanced outside to gauge the time. The sky was darker than he expected, filled with ominous clouds.
Looks like there's a storm brewing. I should get going.
Oh, I didn't think there was any rain in the almanac.
Yeah, almanacs aren't yet useful around here.
Luca wiped his mouth one last time with his napkin and started to get up.
thank you all for the pizza. It really was good. See you at the festival, Beck. Wait up. I'll walk you home.
Surprised, Luca turned around. He knew Rollo could be prickly around new people. But Beck seemed cool. Rollo would warm up to her eventually. Probably.
Rumble or break?
Luca began to respond, but the sky answered for him as the clouds above began to break, revealing patches of star-filled summer night. Moonlight filtered down, shimmering in the treetops.
Sure, you can meet Rollo. You're not going home? No, I promised Rollo I'd tell him about...
Luca stopped himself mid-sentence.
Promised you'd tell him what? Spit it out, bub. We're thick as thieves now. If there's a juicy secret, you've gotta tell me. Okay. You can come to the treehouse, and I'll tell you both what happened. Heck yeah!
Luca saw Beck skulking by the gate.
So you're telling me there's nothing mysterious or creepy about this place? It's mostly boring and empty. I refuse to believe that. Big spiked gate, looming mansion, rich reclusive owners. It even smells shady.
Beck grabbed the wrought iron bars and shook the gate.
Mark my words, you decadent nightmare house. You will reveal your secrets to me. What did you do? First of all, I told you so. Second, hide. That's Harris Valentine. Who's she talking to? Shh. I expect you to return that suit in working order.
Oh, as long as everything proceeds as planned, there's nothing to worry about.
The only thing I'm worried about is what's rightfully mine. If that means making some unsavory alliances, so be it.
I couldn't agree more. There comes a time to suspend hostilities. I'll deal with our common threat.
Now this is what I'm talking about.
Beck's voice was an excited whisper.
Proper shady stuff. Someone in a suit like that tried to grab me yesterday. Seriously? Shh. You do understand that when this all inevitably fails, I will deny everything?
I wouldn't expect any less of you. You just worry about your part in this and let me handle the rest.
I can't wait to see the look on that Rube Kerr's face.
Yes, the truth will come to light.
I'm still surprised you're so comfortable with the potential collateral damage.
If there's one thing I've learned, it's that change is painful.
Wow, I was expecting shady, but that's just flat-out supervillain talk. If you don't mind me asking, why are you doing all of
The
this?
mysterious figure retracted their mask, hair pushing out from all corners.
Family. Oh, damn. I was right all the way back at the beginning when I said Gran was in on it. She's Roz.
A chill ran down Luca's spine. His vision blurred. Beck stifled a sharp wince, and Luca looked down to see himself wrenching her hand.
An answer I can certainly respect.
Gran tousled her hair back under the face mask.
Just remember, keep everything nice and normal until festival.
I don't need lessons in rousing suspicion.
Gran gave Eris a curt nod and disappeared into the night.
The plot is thickening,
Chapter 5.
like a cold pudding or a hot gravy.
What big ears you have. Lucas sat shivering in the bushes, staring at his feet. After checking to make sure the coast was clear, Beck gave him a gentle tug on his sweater.
What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost. Why were you so scared of that old lady in the hazmat suit?
That was my gran.
That was your gran? Yeah. Okay, well, I'm sure there is a perfectly reasonable explanation for all of this.
Let's just get to the treehouse and figure things out there.
Lead the way.
Oh, the mushrooms glow. Oh, is that... Oh, no, wait, that's the way to the... warehouse. For the last time, there's nothing to worry about.
Of course, we're not
The
worried.
clipboard finished writing with a scratchy flourish and looked up.
Just dotting our I's and crossing our T's.
Those things are totally clones. Oh yeah, they're absolutely. In fact, I'm going to go so far as to say I wouldn't be surprised if there's some kind of plant clone. Like some kind of like advanced plant, like that episode of Goosebumps. Well, maybe try minding your P's and Q's.
Mr. Nuncreed, arms crossed over his paunch, gave an exhausted sigh.
Nice.
If there's anything you need knowing, you'll know it.
Absolutely. If you'll just sign here acknowledging everything is accurate, we'll be out of your hair in a flash.
Oh, for the love of...
He snatched the pad and scribbled his name so hard the pen nearly snapped.
There. And would you like my eternal soul as well?
The clipboards looked at each other for a moment, almost pondering the possibility, then broke into laughter as they walked away.
This is simulated human laughter.
Hi, Mr. Nuncreed. Luca, let me give you some advice. The next time someone you don't know asks to hear your thoughts, give them a good hard bop right in the kisser. Oh, Gran tells me to just keep away from the clipboards. That's good, that's good. Your Gran is a smart lady, Luca. Speaking of which, you'd better run along home now. Too dark out to be wandering on your own. Another day. What is she saying? Another day, another dollar. See ya tomorrow, Z. Have you noticed how all the perennial harvest folks order the same drink? Decaf cappuccino with extra foam. Why? I don't know. Just thought it's a little odd. Pretty weird, for sure. Well, the customer's always right. See you bright and early tomorrow. I can't wait.
William Kerr and Gus Valentine proudly surveyed the half-covered festival banner.
It's all coming together quite nicely.
Couldn't have done it without you.
The mayor gave a half-hearted shrug.
I'm not so sure about that.
Nonsense. That reminds me, I wasn't able to thank your sister for her contributions.
Yes, she has been indisposed of late.
She doesn't much like me, does she?
Oh no, that's not it at all. She's just been busy.
Of course. Regardless, I would be forever grateful if you could pass my thanks on to her. The History Museum adds a real air of importance to the whole... The History Museum adds a real air of import to the whole affair. And we couldn't very well celebrate the story of Beacon Pines without including the Valentines.
My father was a great man.
You're darn tootin' he
Kerr
was.
locked his arm on Gus's shoulder.
But I mean the entire Valentine family. Present company included.
Can I ask you something, Mr. Kerr?
Call me William. Ask away.
William, why are you doing all of this?
Gosh, I've never felt one needed a compelling reason to throw a party.
Not just the festival. All of this. There's gotta be 100 down on their luck towns out there. Why is Perennial Harvest so invested in helping Beacon Pines?
You know what I love most about the agriculture business? Seeds.
Seeds?
Yup, little bundles of
With a
potential.
glimmer in his eye, Kerr gestured grandly toward the horizon.
You treat a seed right, nurture it, feed it, and it can grow into something truly special.
You see potential here?
Undoubtedly. The seed of greatness is already under our feet. All it needs is a little nudge. And the right leadership, of course.
Oh,
Good night, Mayor Valentine. I like this guy. He's just the worst. Oh, this is nice. Yeah, the treehouse is just a little further on from here. Yeah, Kerr. He's just... he's just awful. So, what's your buddy Rolo like? Rolo? He's Rolo. Not particularly helpful. Sorry, I've just never thought about it. Lots of energy. He's funny, even when he's not trying to be. Things have been tough for his family since the foul harvest. It's about damn time you tell me what this foul harvest thingy is. It's kind of a long story. Hit me with the highlights. Okay. There used to be a fertilizer company here called Valentine's. They were kind of a big deal. Ooh, big deal fertilizer. It was a big deal to us. Their stuff really worked. Farmers loved it. So Valentine's grew and grew. Beacon Pines pretty much grew around it. Most everyone in town either worked for Sharper Valentine or used his fertilizer. Things were good. I'm sensing a big but.
Nice.
Around 6 years ago, Sharper Valentine suddenly died. It's because he was eating his own fertilizer. Something changed. Changed how? Could have been a bad batch. Maybe it was in the water or air or soil. Nobody knows. But all the crops died, and everyone blamed the Valentines. The foul harvest. Yeah. Valentine's fertilizer went out of business. Half the town lost their jobs. Sheesh. The next year, the crops came back, but something was different. You plant a crop, do everything right, and it's sort of a crapshoot what happens. And no one knows why? Nope. I take it Rollo's farm got the short end of the stick. Yep, for some reason, their farm was hit harder than others. That sucks. Things have gotten better since Perennial Harvest came to town. The Beacon Pines Reborn initiative? Yep. First thing they did was give the town a deep scrub. They even put us up in hotels one town over for a week while they decontaminated the groundwater. We'd better get going. Suspicious.
It's about time. I was about to give up and go home. Who's the new kid?
Name's Beck. You must be Rollo.
I see my reputation precedes me. Welcome to Mission Control.
Rollo waggled his head with pride.
You'll find we've spared no expense in our construction. The place is positively littered with free-range dinosaurs.
I've seen worse-looking piles of junk.
Thanks. Hey, Luca, you know the security concerns we talked about?
Yeah?
While I was waiting, I made some improvements. Let me lock this baby down for a little test infiltration. Can't be too safe these days.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, this thing's impregnable. Nobody's getting in there. He goes all out, doesn't he? Always. That'll be good for the clipboard siege. Yeah, not a chance. They're not making one iota of progress on getting into this mission control. Ooh, lavish. Ho 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 ho! Target practice, eh? Oh god, this one moves. Yeah, there's no way the clipboards are solving this conundrum.
Yeah.
There's no way I'm solving this conundrum. Come on.
Yeah.
No. What? Come on now. Isometric space is difficult to judge angles. There we go. I got him.
We're in.
Where did you guys get all this junk in the first place? There's a guy in town named Jeff who trades us junk for snacks.
Junk food for junk. Nice. So,
Actually, before I read this, I need to fill my glass of water because all of these voices are turning the back of my throat into sandpaper.
There we go. Delicious water. So, pretty sweet security, right?
It was imaginative, I'll give you that.
Luca, are we sure we can trust this new recruit?
I'll vouch for her.
Thanks, I guess. Okay, Luca, you promised to fill me in about the Valentine warehouse.
Luca sucked in a long breath.
So, like I said, there was someone there.
What were they doing?
I don't know, but the place was lit up and active.
Maybe they were squatters?
I don't think so. It seemed more organized. When the man pulled me in, I saw some sort of equipment running.
A man pulled you in?
Yeah, but I got away. You keep saying it was a man.
They were wearing a mask, right?
Yeah.
Then it could have been a woman. How'd you get away?
I grabbed a rock or something and broke their mask. They let go and I ran.
Dang.
That's intense.
No wonder you freaked out when you saw your grandma.
Yeah, that's the other part. On our way here, Beck and I saw Eris Valentine meeting with Gran, wearing the same sort of hazmat suit.
Rolla let out a low whistle.
And they weren't there for idle chit-chat. It was a proper clandestine meetup. So let me get this straight. There's an operation in full swing at the Valentine warehouse. You were almost abducted by a strange man or woman in a protective suit. And then you saw your Gran in the same suit talking to Eris Valentine.
Pretty much.
I'm beginning to think this town is kinda awesome.
Rollo and Luca shot back a look.
No offense. And so, we can logically conclude aliens or alien zombies have infiltrated the town. And their leader is your Gran, and she tried to murder you.
First of all, and for the last time, there are no aliens. Second, it couldn't have been my Gran at the warehouse. I broke that person's mask to get away. The mask Gran was wearing wasn't damaged. But she's definitely hiding something.
Maybe. Your Gran is weird, but she might be the most boring person in the universe. All she does is sit around all day making jam. What could she possibly have to hide?
I don't know. We haven't talked much since she moved in.
Moved in? Your Gran isn't from here?
No, she came a few months back to take care of me after
his mom went missing.
Did you know your Gran before? Not really, no. It's been years since I'd seen her. She should have been named Pearl. Who, Beck or Graham?
Luca, don't take this the wrong way.
Graham? Then she could make Pearl Jam. Very good. Congratulations, sir.
Nice.
Luca, don't take this the wrong way. But are we sure your gran is on the up and up?
Luca gazed out the window.
I'm just saying. It sounds like strange stuff has been happening since she showed up. You could say the same thing about your family. But you're right. Luca, your gran is hiding something. And Pa always says, folks only bury stuff worth digging up. We need to investigate your house.
If my gran really is hiding something, don't you think I would have noticed it by now?
That's kind of the whole point of hiding something.
I guess you're right. Gran's been leaving the house for hours at a time this week. I'll call you two tomorrow when the coast is clear, and we can start getting to the bottom of this.
I'm always game for a good snoop. You can count me in.
Chapter 6. Secret Lair. Summer forged ahead, but the nights only seemed to grow colder. Luca walked home slowly under the pale starlight, cautious to avoid any more surprises lurking in the shadows. Reaching home, he slipped quietly into bed, half dreading what they might discover the next day.
What time is it? Ah, Luca, just like me, wear the same outfit every day. Rolo, what on earth is that? That ridiculous thing on your head?
Oh, this? It helps me think.
You're gonna need a lot more of those.
Joke all you want. We'll see who's laughing when I crack this case wide open. The coast is clear?
Yep. Whatever she's been up to this week, it's been keeping her busy most of the day.
Very well. The game is afoot.
Luca and Beck rolled their eyes as Rolo strutted across the room.
If I were a gran, where would I hide my deepest, darkest secrets? Perhaps where you might least expect it.
Rolo flung open the cabinet with confidence. He coughed as a veil of dust hit his face.
I think it's safe to assume anything that dusty isn't what we're looking for.
Or maybe that's what she wants you to think. Then again, any good detective knows not to trust their first hunch. First hunches are for suckers. Eureka! She lit a fire in order to burn the evidence.
She keeps that fire going every day, Rolo.
Rat, it may already be too late. Just think of the mounds of documents lost to ash.
Okay? I'm gonna stop you right there. Can we just think for a moment?
Luca, is there anywhere your gran doesn't want you to go?
Yeah. The closet upstairs.
So maybe it stands to reason that we should check there first?
No dice. It's locked.
Well, well, well. Look who stands to reason now.
And I have no idea where the key is.
If it really is important, then she probably keeps it with her. Anywhere else?
She has her berry bushes.
Who has ever thought I am going to take this important thing and huck it in a bush?
I've never heard anyone other than myself use the word huck. I'm so happy.
True. Anything else? Maybe something out of the ordinary.
Well, she is always worried I'll break her fancy dishware in the kitchen. But it doesn't matter anyway, I can't reach the latch.
Realization crept onto Luca's face. All three kids snapped to glance at each other, then sprinted in turn toward the kitchen.
Ah, good. The faucet's still on, the fridge door's still open. I am destroying this family's finances. All right, Rolo. This is your time to shine.
Ah, yes. You've called upon my expert detective skills. And now I shall proceed
Before
with...
he could finish, Luca scrambled up Rolo's back.
Hey, this isn't my idea of detective work.
Every squad needs a good lockpick. And every good lockpick needs a sturdy head to sit on.
I have this.
This is beneath my standing.
Damn you!
Stop complaining and hold still. Got it.
The three crowded around the hutch to peer in. With the glass doors opened, a perfect porcelain display gleamed in front of them. Their eyes searched for anything amiss. But the only distinct feature was its impeccability.
Well, that was anticlimactic.
Yeah.
No. Yeah.
I don't really know what we were expecting.
Like,
Oh, hey! Let me just yank on this random teacup and...
Pulled on one of the teacups. It slanted forward with a hollow click.
It can't be true.
The entire hutch began to rustle and slide under its own power.
Take a look at this.
seems like your gran has been doing some remodeling.
Dude, only two types of people have secret lairs. Evil masterminds and superheroes.
So, which one do we think she is? We're about to find out. Okay, so more of an unhinged conspiracist vibe.
Oh, wow. Yeah, this cannot be good.
We need to look around before jumping to conclusions.
What do we have here?
Barrels marked caution explosive and jam jars.
That's enough jam to feed the whole... That's enough jam to feed the whole town. What kind of incendiary jam is your gram making?
She wouldn't have had me walk around town delivering bombs. Right?
Only one way to find out.
Rollo casually spun open a lid and dipped his finger in the jam. He
Huckleberries.
smacked his lips.
A hint of brown sugar. And... ink?
What?
Rollo plunged his hand in the jar, fishing out a soggy slip of paper.
Aha!
Rollo offered the slimy note to Luca and licked his fingers clean.
It's addressed to Mrs. Fratelli.
A grand jamgram.
It says, last night I used the disguise Eris provided to scout the location. The timing window should be possible. Operation Sparkplug is a go.
Oh man, are they doing a heist?
whatever it is, it can't be good. So, more a bombshell than a bomb, am I right? Oh, the disguise provided by Eris. Maybe Gran isn't Roz. Maybe that hazmat suit getup was a disguise for her to get into the factory. You're new here, so I'll let it slide. But I'm the bad joke guy around here.
Luca jostled each cabinet drawer in turn. Only one was unlocked. He fingered through the filing cabinet, pausing at a bulging folder labeled Walter. For a long moment, he just stared at it.
What do you got there? It's my dad. Looks like some of his old medical files. Your dad was a doctor?
Luca nodded and caressed the label with his thumb.
Well, are you gonna read it? Yeah, let me help.
Rollo swiped the folder from the drawer and began leafing through the pages. He whistled. to
Rollo is
himself,
truly
clearly
the
looking at
pinnacle
text.
of sensitivity. How about you actually read some of it? One sec. Dense documents such as this are a lot like a cheeseburger. It's best to skip straight to the middle. That's where all the meaty bits live. Wow, I had no idea we were in the presence of the preeminent scholar in dense documents. And cheeseburgers. By all means, proceed.
He stopped at a page and mimed, holding up a monocle.
Ah, here we are. Follow-up examination of Terence Wilby. Patient shows further signs of paleness and malaise. Body temperature continues to drop. He now describes soreness of muscles and joints. This is similar to the symptoms exhibited by Mrs. Wilby just a few days past. Still waiting on lab results from Joseph.
Rollo looked up with heightened surprise.
See? Creepy. Yeah, that's kinda disturbing. Who's Joseph? That's, Mr. Nuncreed's name. Wait,
Rollo's finger traced across the page.
there's more scribbled in the margins. Would it be contagious? Mr. Wilby claims the tap water in his home has been contaminated. Perhaps environmental. Lab results only raise more questions. It's like he came back to this report later and made those notes. So it might be related to something
Rollo
else.
scanned through several more pages.
Here, the writing looks shaky. I just couldn't help her. This disease, or whatever it is, progresses so fast. With his wife passing, Terrence's condition follows close behind, exacerbated by the loss. Enough is enough. I need to take matters into my own
Luca,
hands.
staring blankly at the cabinet this whole time, spoke softly.
What does it say next?
Rollo rustled the folder, trying to loose more pages.
That's where it ends. What? There has to be more.
Luca frantically shoved the remaining cabinet folders, trying to find another labeled Walter.
Luca, I think that's the only one. It's alphabetical, see? What did he mean, enough is enough? How did he take matters into his own hands? This is bullshit.
Luca slammed the drawer shut. A spider web of string connected photos of people from the town, interspersed with hastily scrawled notes.
Well, she sure has kept herself busy. Is your Gran a serial killer? 'Cause I'm starting to get a vibe. Don't be ridiculous. Sure, she's just tracking the movements of everyone in town. Out of the kindness of her heart.
She put little symbols by some of them. Yeah, Mr. Nuncreed has a check mark. The clipboards are all inside a big circle. My mom's are both on here. Both with question marks. Gus Valentine has a question mark. Eris has a question mark that's been crossed out. Mr. Kerr has a bullseye.
The killer has chosen her next victim.
We don't know what any of this means. Whatever it means, it's probably not good.
They crowded around a worn-down old map of Beacon Pines.
Ooh, this looks like a treasure map.
Not every old map is a treasure map, Rolo.
Yeah, but every treasure map is an old map.
Can't fault that logic.
Look, there's even a pathway drawn on it. It starts at the entrance to town, and if we follow
Rolo
it,
carefully traced the path with his finger.
it leads right
He
to
jabbed down at the end point.
town square.
That's the fountain in the middle of town.
What a weird place to hide treasure.
Rolo, that doesn't look like treasure to me. The end of that path on that map has the same symbols as those explosives over there.
So it's not hiding treasure. A real bummer.
Rolo, what's the thing you've been excited about for the past month?
The festival.
Ooh. Did you just say gulp?
This feels like a gulp kind of situation.
Everyone will be gathered near the center of town.
She's gonna blow up the festival?
Not if we stop her. What was that?
Luca looked up from the map.
What was what?
No, I heard it too. That was the front door. Which means someone just shut the door. Which means someone's upstairs. Shh, quiet. Hit the lights.
Beck flicked off the light, and they became statues in the dark. Overhead, creaking floorboards bent under slow, deliberate steps. The kids looked up, the tilt of their necks following each footfall. Then suddenly, it stopped. Without realizing, they'd been holding their breath. All three exhaled shakily and glanced at each other. A muffled male voice broke the silence.
Hello? Oh, what did I do for him?
Hello?
A final few footsteps reached the entrance above them, and a voice now echoed down the stairs.
Anyone down there?
The three kids shuffled to the corners without a peep. As he began to descend the stairs, the man's voice punctuated every new step. Thump,
Yoo-hoo.
thump,
I'm not here to hurt anyone.
thump.
I'm just here to help. Just
At the bottom step, the man paused, squinting to search the room for signs of life.
Huh. Guess it's nothing.
Rolo shifted suddenly. Luca gave him an intense, chastising look and whispered through clenched teeth.
Rolo, don't.
It was too late. Rolo was already inching toward the stairway. He screeched as he charged toward the shadowy figure.
Flaming chicken coop.
With all his weight, Rollo tackled the man to the ground.
Killing him instantly. Rollo? Mysterious creepy man? Anyone there?
From the dark corner, they saw something move.
Well, I didn't know if I had it in me, but there was only one way to find out. Holy crap, Rollo, that was awesome. Wait, did you just kill that person?
Luca scrambled to the hunched figure on the ground. Pressing his fingers to the man's neck, he sighed with relief.
It looks like he was killed by a crow or something.
You sure clobbered him good, Rollo. He's knocked out cold.
As Beck flicked back on the light, Luca and Rollo both gasped in stereo.
Mr. Tolliver?
Chapter 7. The Interrogation of Hiram Tolliver. Still unconscious, Mr. Tolliver slumped heavily in a shoddy old chair. His hands were bound with rope, his feet tied with some loose string. The kids huddled in a circle, discussing their plan. One thing was certain, they couldn't just let Mr. Tolliver go. They needed to
Gotta
know
kill him.
what he was doing in Luca's house.
Damn, Rollo. Looks like we're gonna have to kill this guy.
After some deliberation, it was decided.
They'd run the classic good cop, chill cop.
They'd run the classic good cop, chill cop interrogation.
I'll handle this. Just gotta play it cool.
Luca walked calmly to the light switch, flicking it off and on a few times. Mr. Tolliver shook his head, gathering his wits.
Golly, I sure got my bell rung.
He looked over to find Luca, who returned a calming grin.
Sorry, Mr. Tolliver. This was all a big mistake. Luca, what's going on here? Why do you have me strapped down? No one's fault, really. Rollo just got a little startled. Rollo's here?
Rollo and Beck emerged from hiding to give a timid wave.
Well, all right. Mistakes happen. You kids gave old Hiram a good scare. Let's just get me out of these ropes and call it even.
Luca glanced over to Rollo and Beck, who replied with skeptical looks.
Mr. Tolliver, why are you in my grand's basement? I'm here to help, of course. Help with what? What's my gran up to? If you'll just cut me loose, I can show you. How do I know we can trust you?
Mr. Tolliver exhaled with disappointment.
Luca, have I ever done wrong by you? No. And since your gran moved to town, haven't I been nothing but welcoming? Yeah. So why would I turn my back on your family now? It's just... all this stuff seems pretty weird. Board with names of people from town, an archive of my dad's old disturbing patient notes,
Luca gestured to the corner.
barrels of explosives. I can explain everything. You just need to untie me. You kids deserve an explanation.
Luca looked again to Rollo and Beck. This time they shrugged. Luca began to slowly loosen the bindings. Mr. Tolliver gently rubbed his wrists.
That's a good lad. This'll all make sense in time.
He edged imperceptibly toward the stairs as he spoke.
You see, this town has secrets, Luca. A very dark past indeed.
Before the kids had even noticed his movement, Mr. Tolliver was at the light switch.
A past that must be brought to
Punctuated his final words by flicking the switch and rushing up the stairs.
light. Son of a...
Steph darted to the wall and turned back on the lights. It was too late. Rollo confirmed what they all heard.
He just locked us down here?
Mr. Tolliver's muffled voice came from behind the door.
I wasn't lying, you know. This is for your own good. You kids just keep tight down there and let the adults handle
They
this.
looked bewildered at each other.
Play it cool, huh? Not now, Beck.
They heard the staccato thump of quick steps exiting the house. The kids looked down in resignation. This isn't how it goes in Hank Atomic. For some reason, they'd always assumed it was up to them to save their town. Luca opened his mouth, hoping to conjure some magical words to make this right. Only a hollow croak escaped. The end.
Oh.
Well, we certainly aren't going to find a grand resolution to our tale locked in a basement.
We got really far, though.
Back to the drawing board.
Let's see. I don't know if making it rain is going to change much, but let's try it and find out.
Luca began to respond, but the sky answered for him as the clouds above began to rumble with ominous thunder.
You sure we can make it home before this storm kicks off?
Luca surveyed the roiling clouds.
I'd say the odds are good. Maybe you should stay here and I'll just make a break for it.
At that moment, the heavens opened up, unleashing torrential rain.
Care to recalculate those odds? Hurry inside, you two, before you catch cold. Luca, Nellie will keep trying to reach your gran on the phone. In the meantime, you two hold tight. Sorry, not much to do up here. Most of my stuff is still in the boxes. Mind if I poke around? Be my guest.
Luca squinted into the eye hole of the microscope.
This looks wild. What is it? Gum. Gum?
Luca adjusted the slide with his fingers to get a better look.
I'm tracking the structural integrity of gum with increasing amounts of chewing. Chewed that one for 47 days.
Luca wiped his hand off on his sweater and gave a nervous laugh.
It's weird, I
Beck
know.
looked down, timidly tapping the ladder with her feet.
You think it's weird, don't you? A little. But weird can be cool. Oh, wow. Rollo and I have a radio just like this at the treehouse.
Probably not exactly like this one. My mom and I tore the whole thing down to the bolts. Fitted it with some state-of-the-art vacuum tubes. She seems pretty awesome. She gets carried away sometimes. I think she feels guilty for working too much. So when she does have time for me, she showers me with high-tech overcompensation.
Luca flicked at one of the toggles.
I bet you can get all sorts of stations on this. Not out here in the boonies. You wouldn't believe the stuff I could pick up back in the city. But around here, it's all farm reports and static. Ah, shucks.
Luca bent down to examine the bouquet of wilting flowers. Judging by the odor, they were well past their prime.
Pungent.
He flipped open the attached card.
Happy trails from Coach Walker and all the Fairview Condors. Boy, you weren't kidding about poking around, huh? Oh, sorry. Was this from your old school? The most recent one, yeah. Some schools gave me going away cards. Some did flowers. When they're really trying to feel good about themselves, they do both. So you've moved a lot. Yeah, that's the thing with having a brilliant parent. There's always a better job somewhere else. These flowers would last longer if you put them in some water. That's the sort of thing I would do if I cared. When you cared enough to keep them is all. Luca, can I ask you something? Of course. Whoa! Dang, did that hurt? I'll be honest. That hurt more than I expected. Well, at least you looked cool doing it. Damn, I'm brain syncing with Luca on this one.
Beck took a moment to watch the rivulets of water running down.
Oh, nice. I like her. You ever feel alone? Like, even when people are around? Well, Rollo can be pretty absent-minded sometimes. I'm serious. Does it ever feel like your family doesn't care what you want? It didn't used to feel that way. I know Gran loves me, but sometimes when she looks at me, it's like she's looking at a problem.
Luca took a deep breath, exhaling slowly.
I know the feeling. How do you deal with that? I guess I haven't yet. But one thing my dad told me when I was little, don't hold a grudge, especially against yourself. If you try to hold it all in, you're gonna pop. So then, what do you do? When you don't know what to do? Dad never got to that part. Something I figured out on my own, though. You gotta do something. Anything. Here. What are you doing? I don't know. Something. We're gonna register our complaints with the storm. Listen here, you miserable universe. Stop jerking me around. I just want things to go back to the way they were. Everyone tells me it's gonna be alright, that things are gonna change.
Let out a feral scream that echoed into the night.
Every time something changes, everything gets worse. Screw this town. Whoa. Let me try. Moving sucks. I hate it. I hate that I hate it. Why can't I just deal with it and be happy for my mom? Why can't we just stay somewhere? Yeah.
Her voice dropped to a trembling whisper.
I just want to be a normal kid.
Beck brushed off her shirt and straightened up.
There. Wow. I actually feel a little
As
better.
abruptly as it began, the storm abated.
Thanks. I needed that. Me too. I should head out before the rain starts up again. Sure, I'll walk you out. Oh. Here we go. All Ripbot. Ripbot indeed. See you and Rolo at the festival? Sounds good. Luca, don't let the universe jerk you around.
Beck gave Luca a light thump on the arm before heading in. Chapter 5. Friendly Feud. The air was heavy with the hard rain's residue. The smell of wet things. Despite his dreary surroundings, Luca felt at peace. He'd never shared those details about his dad with anyone, not even Rolo. But it's not like this changed anything. Rolo was still his best friend. Adding Beck to the group would help balance things out. Everything's better in threes. This is what Luca told himself as he headed to the treehouse.
All right, so this time we're going to the treehouse with no Beck. Oh, but it's Dawn, though. Hey, Dawn. Tracking down a lead?
You bet. I heard a juicy new rumor. Turns out, when Sharper Valentine died, he left behind a peculiar last will and testament.
Peculiar how?
He didn't just give his kids an inheritance, there were conditions.
Like what?
The document stipulated that Eris had to take on a child as her ward. A kid our age, who just showed up to town one night with a lawyer.
Solomon?
Bingo.
So Eris was forced to take care of him?
Yep, or she would have lost everything.
Why would Sharper care so much about some random kid?
Rumor has it, old Sharper sowed some wild oats.
You are 12, ma'am. That explains the way Eris treats him. Poor Solomon. How did you find all this out?
A good reporter never reveals her sources, Luca.
All right, do you have any foreshadowing for us? He met his friend's eye. He met his old friend's eyes, and was greeted with nothing but ice-cold anger. Heavens! This is no time for fractured friendships. Uh-oh. Excuse me, what are you doing?
Just locking up for the night, sir.
Oh, wonderful. I can only assume this means all festival preparations have been completed ahead of schedule.
Not exactly, sir. The storm set us back a bit, and it's getting late, so we all decided to...
You all decided?
Yes, sir.
I was unaware that your job involved deciding things. We are all here at Perennial Harvest because we believe in creating a better future, yes?
Yes, sir. Very much, sir.
Do you want to be the one to tell this town that we failed them?
No.
That we gave up because there was a little rainstorm and we all got sleepy?
Of course not, sir.
Good. Then it's decided.
Yes, sir. We'll work till the task is done.
See that you do.
Our harvest awaits.
Oh. The sleeping pig man is gone.
He was even here at night the last time. Maybe he wasn't. Maybe he was gone and I was just distracted with the mayor and Kerr having a conversation. Rolo, are you still up there?
I'm sorry. Rolo isn't accepting visitors at the moment. Come back, never.
Luca had only ever heard him speak in this stiff yet gentle tone a few times, and it always meant one thing.
You're upset.
Oh, what makes you say that? Maybe because my best friend abandoned me for no reason?
I didn't abandon you. I'm just a little late.
Rolo scoffed.
The rain held me up.
Liar. You weren't even home.
What?
The storm got bad and I got worried. So I went looking for you. Imagine my surprise when I made it to your house and you weren't there.
I hadn't made it back yet.
I'm not a fool, Luca. It doesn't take all day to deliver some jam.
No, that storm rolled in out of nowhere, and I got stuck after dinner at Beck's
Luca
house.
stumbled on his words, knowing he'd said too much.
Beck? Dinner? What the heck is a Beck?
She's a new kid in town. She's actually kind of cool. You'd like her. She needed help convincing her parents that she'd made new friends.
New friends? I spent all day waiting for you, and you were off making new friends?
Okay, Rolo's a little bit of a drama queen here. It's not like that, Rolo.
You know, while I was waiting, I made some upgrades to mission control. It was gonna be a surprise, but you took so long, the storm knocked it all down. Just like you knocked down our friendship.
What does that even mean?
Luca became instinctively angry in response. Both boys were now shouting across the distance.
It means you're a bad friend. You don't care about me.
Of course I care, you ass.
I knew I'd get in trouble waiting so late for you. But I kept my word. 'Cause that's what friends do.
Oh wow, what a noble sacrifice you made.
Easy for you to say.
Ah heck indeed.
Your grain doesn't even care. You could stay out as long as you want, and you wouldn't even get in trouble.
Seriously? You're acting like I chose this? If that's what you think, then maybe you're the bad friend.
Rolo's tone changed to a calm, yet more intense anger.
Maybe Pa's right. Storms bring more than water. This one brought out the real Luca.
Stop quoting your pa's nonsense like it means anything.
Yeah, well, at least my Pa is still around.
Oh, that's a low blow.
The words hung in the cold night air. Rolo's stomach dropped, knowing he'd crossed a line. But it was too late.
Luca,
Good night, Rolo.
Dang it.
Yeah, that did not go super well. Not having Beck there caused some real problems. Also, I guess the implication is that the amount of time I spent waiting out the storm was a lot longer than if I went straight there with Beck.
Luca dug through his old stuff, not even sure what he was looking for.
Ball. Rolo. What a jerk. Call me a bad friend? Oh, I'm Rolo. Look at me and my amazing family. I kind of wonder if I can break something with this. Maybe not. Yeah, I think I would have hit it by now. I guess I'm just never supposed to make new friends.
Gran cooed gently from the hallway.
You slept straight through breakfast. Luca, are you all right? I'm fine. Just don't feel like getting up yet. Okay, I'll leave this oatmeal by the door. I've got to run out and take care of some things. Okay. I'll be back later to check in. Sure.
Luca just wanted to be alone. He waited to hear the sound of the front door closing.
I bet Rolo's still gonna go to the festival. He's gonna be miserable. If Rolo thinks I'm still going to the festival with him, he can shove it.
Luca dozed off again.
Luca, I see you didn't eat your oatmeal. Wasn't hungry. Well, just in case you get hungry, I'll leave a sandwich here too. Thanks. Rolo came by. What did he say? He wanted to talk to you. What did you say? I told him you weren't feeling well. Good. So your plan is to just sit in your room all day? Pretty much. Well, I need to pop away again for a minute. If you decide to end your pity party and go outside, I think it'd do you some good. Noted.
Luca still couldn't bring himself to go out. Besides, if he ran into Rolo, he'd have to actually confront the situation.
True. Better to just sleep for the next few years. There's never anything interesting at the festival anyway. Ah, now I smash something with the ball.
The Adventures of Hank Atomic.
The complete first volume.
Luca carefully opened the cover and began to read. Rolo had received it for his birthday. A special hardcover edition with behind-the-scenes commentary and bonus art. Rolo cherished it, but asked that Luca keep it at his house. Luca wasn't sure if it was because Rollo didn't trust himself with it, didn't trust his sister around it, or just wanted an excuse to come hang out at Luca's more often. Whatever the reason, Luca didn't mind. But it had stayed right there where Rollo had stashed it ever since. Now, at the foot of his bed, Luca lost himself in the pages. He'd read it all before, but at this moment, it somehow felt sentimental. He was well into issue number 5 when he heard soft footsteps from the hallway.
Luca? Another little friend came to see you. A girl named Beck Modwill. She said you met yesterday?
What did she say? Is she here?
She was just dropping by. I told her you weren't taking visitors today.
Oh.
She seems nice. Yeah. You had a fight with Rollo, didn't you? Can I come in?
Maybe later.
Alright then. I'll leave dinner on the kitchen table. There's no more room on the floor here. In case you want to bite before bedtime.
Without realizing it, Luca had pouted away the entire afternoon. He once again felt the weight of it all and allowed his weary eyes to close. Luca stood in a vast black expanse.
Oh, do we get another horrifying
He looked up at
nightmare?
His father standing beside him. Walt was working a straw at the bottom of a fountain glass, trying to collect the last bits of milkshake. Dad, where are we? Taking a final loud gurgling sip, his father peered up from the glass. He jangled the straw playfully with a warm smile.
Oh, you know, just in purgatory,
Then
son.
lifted the empty glass as if to point into the darkness. The source. Luca's eyes followed his father's gesture. In an instant, he was sitting in front of a blazing campfire. Across from him sat a large figure in a yellow hazmat suit. The figure's voice was a scratchy echo. Well, if it isn't the man of the hour, make yourself comfortable. Luca held his shivering hands over the flame to warm himself.
Ah, we're in psychic communication.
It doesn't work that way here. Their yellow-gloved hand pointed to the base of the flame. It's a cold flame, see? Luca peered at the base of the fire. It wasn't wood that was burning. It was Beacon Pines itself. Tiny buildings, freezing and crumbling as they were consumed by flame. Luca could see small shadows moving in the burning city. People. Luca leapt to his feet. We've got to help them! The figure gave a dismissive wave of their hand. Why waste energy helping people who can't even help themselves? The figure bent down to examine the panicked crowd as they desperately tried to stop the flames. They only care about what's right in front of them.
I got an auto destinker. This thing rules. Yeah, I saw that. It unlocks relatively early, but it's like $500, which is kind of a big spend. I bet it is helpful to not have to rush around every time a stinkoid waltzes into the shop. That one sucks from what I can read. I got the better one. Oh, there's a higher tier model. Nice.
Not like us. Luca's voice was a trembling whisper.
I like that with this game and with web fishing, I like turned you on to something and then you like dove into it and blew past my progress like instantly.
Us? The figure slowly stood up, grabbing its helmet with both hands.
It's what I do.
With a jolt and a twist, the suit emitted a gasp.
I play the heck out of things. Well, I respect it.
A cloud of torpid mist escaped, slowly revealing the face within. Luca's own face looked back at him.
Oh, psychologically important.
Older, worn, distant. The sensation was oddly familiar, as if he'd caught his own reflection by surprise in the mirror. The doppelganger smiled. I tried to help once. He gestured towards his face, and all it got me was this. Lucas staggered back.
It's my particular flavor of ADD. Ah, understandable. I'm actually surprised that I've been playing this game for so long. I'm, at 3.5 hours? Usually I get a little, like, brain logged doing the same thing for this long, but this game has been quite engaging.
You aren't me. Luca felt a hand catch his shoulder. His father was there again, beside him.
It's really good. Yeah, I am deeply into this narrative.
Every choice sets us on a path. This is the end of one of your paths, son. Luca watched his older self shake its head ruefully, its face twisting into a cruel grin. Well, Dad, if you wanted him to see this, far be it from me to disappoint. Luca watched in shock as the figure took a confident step forward. And
it's got a lot of what
plunged into
made
the
Night in
flames.
the Woods so good. Oh, Night in the Woods is another one that I have that I need to check out at some point. I need to add it to the list for the Saturday stream so that I can dip my toe in the water on that one.
In a flash of cold light, he was gone. What
I've
does
always
all
heard a
this
lot of good
mean?
things about it, and I really like the art
Luca felt
style.
a reassuring squeeze on his shoulder. Just remember, why we choose matters just as much as what we choose. Luca woke up to see a hazy figure at the foot of his bed, silhouetted in the morning sun.
Mom? Oh dear. It's only Gran.
Luca rubbed his eyes. The kind, concerned face of his gran came into focus.
How are you feeling? Fine. Anything you want to talk about? I don't feel like talking. That's just as well. How about you sit there and listen a bit? Whatever you and Rollo fought about doesn't matter. But he...
Gran silenced Luca with a gentle pat on the leg.
Fights between friends happen. What was said doesn't matter. The important thing is that it's not the last thing you ever say to each other. But he said stuff about Dad. Well, do you think he meant it? No. He was just mad. And did you mean any of the things you said to him? No. Good. One must appreciate friends in their best moments and accept them in their worst. Now, get your little butt out of bed. The festival's today. You don't want to miss that, do you? I guess not. Seems like a good opportunity to make amends with Rollo, doesn't it?
Luca gave a reluctant nod.
So, buy him a corn dog and apologize. But he's the one that... What did I just say? Buy him a corn dog. That's a good boy. Everything's better with corn dogs. That's true, everything is better with corn dogs. Man, I love corn dogs. I haven't had any in a while now that I'm thinking about it. I need to get going now. Got some last-minute festival business to take care of. I'll come find you at the fountain a little after lunch. All right. I love you, Luca. Love you too.
Luca took a deep breath.
Okay.
Chapter 6.
All right. We're not stopping. I'm going to be going for a little bit yet, but I do need another quick bathroom. So give me just a moment and I shall return. I return once more. One of my friends had a great party food idea: mini corn muffins with hot dogs sliced and dropped into them. Ooh, that is a good idea. Yeah, and that eliminates the hassle of having to deep fry them, which is really the limiting factor when making like fresh ones at home. That's genius. I might have to try that.
Through thick and thin. Despite Luca's bitterness, Gran was right. He needed to hash things out with Rollo. A big fight changes the nature of a friendship. Whether, in the end, it is for the better or for the worse, all comes down to understanding. If one is not careful, the same familiarity that builds the strongest of bonds can become the wrecking ball that shatters them. Luca emerged from seclusion, taking in the crisp festival air. But the events of the day weren't on his mind. He had to find Rollo.
There you are. Luca.
Rolo wanted me to tell you something. What is it?
Roxy rolled her eyes, shaking her head.
A space adventure, though you needn't buy it. If ye be brave, go somewhere quiet. Roxy, I don't... It's a riddle, Luca. My goofy little brother wants you to find him.
Luca looked down and kicked at the dirt.
Look, I know you two had a fight. The only thing more annoying than my little brother is my little brother without his best friend. So I'm doing him this one favor. Now, I need one favor from you. Whatever it is that went down between you two, squash it. To the library. Oh, there's so many people to talk to. Unique New York. Unique New York. Huh? Oh, don't mind me. Just warming up for my big ceremony speech.
Mr. Kerr pointed to his grinning mouth.
Gotta limber up the old gab box. You nervous? Oh, heavens no. Well, break a leg. How goes the beetle hunt?
Pretty rotten. I haven't seen so much as Nexuvia. And it's not just the beetles. This morning I couldn't find any critters at all. It's like everything that buzzes or skitters just packed up and left.
I'm sure they're out there somewhere. Maybe all the commotion of the festival just spooked them.
Yeah, maybe that's it.
Welcome to our festival. Don't forget to come back later for Mr. Kerr's speech and the Perennial Harvest Festival sign reveal. You don't want to miss it. Lot of kerfluffle about this festival sign. I don't know who Perennial Harvest think they're impressing with this ridiculous festival.
Totally.
The town's still falling apart. The weather's still cruddy. And this season's harvest looks like it's gonna be worse than last year's.
You said it.
No amount of corporate pandering is gonna change any of that.
Exactly.
But the lemonade at the drink stand there does look pretty tasty.
Fitz. I'm still gonna be mad at them. I'd just rather be mad while sipping some delicious lemonade is all.
Keep moving. Stick to your guns, old man.
Jeff was staring into the distance with a wistful look.
Hey, Jeff. Everything all right?
Yeah. Everything's fine. I mean, used to be fine. Just ain't right these days, you know?
I really do, actually.
Jeff turned to Luca with a furrowed brow, then gave an understanding nod.
You do, don't ya?
For a moment, the two now shared that same wistful gaze.
Every single time.
Yep.
Wait for it.
Unexplained sound once again noted.
Like clockwork. What a bunch of drones.
That will be important later. What? No.
A most welcoming of welcomes. Would you like to share your thoughts? We always strive to improve.
Nope.
This is the first time I've seen this many smiling faces since the foul harvest.
I had my doubts about perennial harvest, but I must admit they do put on a nice party. Piper, you're actually taking a break from studying? I wanted to see what all the festival fuss is about. But I can't help but notice you still brought your backpack full of books. Well, Luca, backpacks can carry a lot more than just books. True. So, what you got in there? Books. Classic.
I was able to return the perennial harvest safety suit you borrowed. I don't think anyone noticed. Good. Now will you tell me what you needed it for?
It was a favor for an enemy of my enemy.
This isn't going to harm Mr. Kerr, is it?
All you need to know is that it's for the good of the family. Luca, did you know that Beacon Pine is actually unincorporated? A lot of people don't know that. Wow, yeah, I didn't know that. What's that mean? It means most public works are handled internally. We do all the pipelines, the water treatment, building regulations. That's great. Census taking, emergency services. Hey, Luca. So you're done at the library? Huh? Oh, nothing.
Griffin looked away suspiciously.
Nothing at all. Hang on, I'm gonna touch the watermelon again. Melon kicker. I've got a question for you. What do you think this whole festival is for? And the way I figure it, Perennial Harvest is trying to win over the town. Like a bribe, but with balloons. Cynical. I like where your head's at. That's what I assumed at first too, until I eavesdropped on a couple of gossipy clipboards. What if I told you that this whole thing is really a special shindig for a super secret guest of honor? A special guest? Who? I haven't dug that deep yet, but whoever it is, PH thinks they're a big deal. The library. Somewhere quiet. Hey, Luca.
Shadow's eyes lit with excitement.
I've been expecting you. Bravo on deciphering your first riddle.
The first.
Oh, you didn't think that was all, did you?
Rolo does go all out, doesn't he?
Shadow straightened up and cleared his throat as if preparing to sing.
On planet Farpole, you may take issue. When the fifth king dies, you'll need a tissue.
Kato stared at Luca eagerly.
Get it? Want me to tell you?
No, it's okay. Let me figure it out.
Alright, when you find it, bring it here to be verified. And if you decide you want a hint, the offer still stands.
Hi, Jace. Still working through the newest Hank Atomic? You know it. Some fascinating canon toward the end. How long does it take this man to read? Did you know
Hank Atomic's Shrinko Ray doesn't technically shrink stuff. It uses inverse quantum particle decay to literally grow the entire universe around an object, leaving that object unaltered. So it just looks shrunk compared to everything else? Bingo. That's wild. But Jace, no spoilers, please. Oh, right. Sorry.
Luca grabbed The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue number 4, from the shelf.
Or just grab a different one.
I need issue
Luca grabbed
5.
The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue number 5, from the shelf.
There we go.
Ah, you found it.
Kato removed his book from the desk and replaced it with Luca's, turning on the lamp. As he slid the book under the purple light, 2 words glowed. The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue 5. Luca clicked his tongue with recognition.
Rolo's cipher pen. He's defaced yet another library book. He used to write secret messages everywhere with that. And only I had the special flashlight needed to reveal it. But I lost it.
Well, apparently he traded just for this purple light bulb. Parted with his entire Halloween candy stash.
Oh, Rolo.
Now let's see here.
Kato began flipping through the pages, stopping when he hit a glowing word.
Get away with such a
He
grift.
continued flipping.
Only found in Rub Cart.
Reaching the end of the book, Kato looked up.
That's it.
Rift in rub cart. Griffin scrub cart. He wants me to go to Griffin's snack stand.
Ah, brilliant. I guess you're off then. Good luck on the rest of the scavenger hunt.
Thanks, Kato. Hey, Griffin. Did Rolo
Before
come?
Luca could finish his sentence, Griffin handed him a corn dog.
Oh, that's it? Bought and paid for. Enjoy. I thought there was supposed to be a riddle or
Luca
something.
shrugged, taking a sizable bite out of the corn dog.
Yuck. It's cold. Oh, yeah. It's been sitting here for a while. Rolo wanted me to be sure to give you that one specifically. Well, that's just...
Luca tongued at his cheeks, feeling something rough between his teeth. He reached into his mouth and pulled out a slip of paper.
Rolo really does go all out, huh? Oh, come
He
on.
shook off the bits of corn dog to read the slip.
A pickup when you need some pep. Near the fountain up the step.
Luca finished off the remainder of the corn dog.
This is getting to be a whole thing. Last Chance Diner. Oh. Oh, okay, not Town Hall. Oh, right, the coffee shop, of course. There you are, Luca. There's no way I'm actually doing this.
It's way below my pay grade. Oh, come on, you big stiff. Let the kids have some fun. Fine. But Rolo owes me
He
one.
waved his hands around sarcastically as he began.
Wait, is this... Oh, I thought this was a girl. What takes flight but has no wings? Your final task a friendship brings. See, that wasn't so hard. They keep the same voice. I don't care about their gender. That haircut requires that voice. Ugh. I feel cheapened somehow. I think it's sweet. What takes flight but has no wings? Your final task a friendship brings. Takes flight but has no wings. I'm guessing this is the rocket ship in the... Oh, nope. Hey. 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 Did you find the comic book? Yep. And, you got the corn dog? Yep. Well then, I know it doesn't make up for what I said, but here, you've earned
Rolo
this.
sheepishly handed Luca the balloons.
Thanks. You didn't have to go to all this trouble. I'm sorry I got so mad. Dang it. You were supposed to let me apologize first. Oh, sorry. Now you've apologized twice before me. Just let me do this. Luca, I'm really sorry. With everything that's happened, with your mom and all, I've always wanted to be there for you. Be a good friend, you know? When you said you were hanging out with someone else, I kind of freaked out. Rolo. Still, my turn. I felt like if you needed some new friend to help you, it meant that I wasn't good enough. But that was selfish and wrong. I was wrong. I'm so sorry, Luca. Okay, apology over. You can talk now.
Luca threw himself at Rolo, hugging him as tightly as he could.
Rolo, I don't deserve you. I don't deserve you either. That's why we deserve each other. So, what else do you want to do today? We could snoop around and try to find some info about your mom. Snoop where? Oh, we could probably sneak into Perennial Harvest HQ while everyone's at the festival. Aren't you curious about all the stuff those clipboards write down? What if we get caught? I think I've had enough excitement for 1 week. Let's just make the rest of the day about us. Really? Yeah, the rest of the world can wait one more day. You know, I have been wanting to get some work done on the MCDC at Mission Control. The aim is a bit unpredictable. That sounds perfect. Alright, give me 1 second. I'm gonna refill my water again. Alright. To the treehouse we go. That's this way. Wait. Oh, that was just to read the sign. Did you hear? After Mr. Kerr gives his big speech, they're gonna have the first annual Biggest Catch competition. As long as a boot qualifies as a catch, I'm a shoo-in. Good luck.
Oh, I almost forgot. I ran into your Gram this morning. She asked me to give you this.
Lolo handed Luca an unopened letter.
I'll wait for you inside if you want to read it now.
Letter?
Luca, some things are going to happen that might be difficult for you to understand. If I am honest, I hardly understand them myself. But whatever happens, I need you to know that I love you. None of this is fair to you. You have already lost so much. We both have. I wish there was a simpler way forward. But if there is, I haven't thought of it. God knows I've tried. Everything I've done, I did for you. I hope someday you can accept that. Love, Gran.
I love you too, Gran.
Luca folded the paper into his pocket and headed up the ladder.
What's up with the letter? Anything you want to talk about?
Maybe later.
Sure, whenever you want.
You know, you really didn't have to go to all that trouble just to apologize.
I know, but we've been looking forward to the festival for weeks. After I ruined everything with my big mouth, this was the best way to make sure you still had a good time without me.
Well,
Luca was at a loss for words. But that was fine. Words aren't always necessary.
The festival seemed nice. Was it nice?
we can still go.
Nah, this is fine.
Well, there's always next year.
Sadly, this was untrue. A distant rumble shook the treehouse.
Huh? What was that?
Oh man, we missed the
It was
fireworks.
not fireworks.
Damn.
It was something the boys couldn't possibly comprehend. Something as old and cruel as time itself.
Did Gran do a terrorism? Oh, shit.
A shockwave of cold tore through the room. A bitter, unfathomable chill.
Holy crap, I was not expecting that. I mean, I know that dreams have kept alluding to cold, but
Before they could react, it encased them in ice.
I didn't really expect that to pour over into
Two
reality.
boys, reunited by friendship, only to be cruelly separated by a malevolence beyond reason. And so, our story ends on this melancholy scene. In a silent treehouse turned statuary, in a town brought low by its secrets, sits a pair of friends, alone, together.
Wow.
For the rest of time. The end. No, that can't be the ending. It simply can't. I won't accept it, and I hope you won't either. There are more endings, more possibilities. I can feel it. We are just going to have to sort through them all until we find the one that fits.
This branching paths thing is cool, very VN. Yeah, I like it, and I like that it doesn't send you all the way back to the beginning every time. Like, I like that, you know, this is clearly one direction, but I could at any time go back over here and try a different thing in the other path. A lot of games like this, every time you lose, quote unquote, and have to try the new path,
send you all the way back to the beginning, and it can get a little tedious having to trek through everything again. It's 11 o'clock. I think I'm gonna call it here for today, which this is a little bit of a downer to end the stream on. But I think we're getting closer to a happy ending. And I will pick this up. Yeah, 999 is a great game, but man, is it a slog to see all of it. Oh, I think I've heard of that one. But yeah, there's a lot of them like that. Yeah, so I'm gonna be streaming again on Wednesday. Right? Yes, Wednesday. So yeah, I'll be back about 7 o'clock Wednesday, and we'll dive back into this. And I looked it up on how long to beat, and I think we're probably gonna finish the game next stream, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Excellent. Looking forward to it. Very good. Thanks for hanging out, Tram. It's always nice to have you here. Have a great night, and I will see you later. Bye.